All right. Mic check 2 1 2. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Apologize for the delays this morning. It has been quite the ordeal. Let me put this in perspective. I got up at 6:30 a.m., which is pretty standard. Came to the V1 HQ. I have been trying to load into the sim. I've done nothing but load, Alt F4, load, Alt F4 since 7:30. It is 9:54. 9:54. I've been here trying to load in for almost 3 hours. But I did not give up. I saw Captain Canada had some issues with a nav data issue out of Atlanta. That wasn't my particular issue. My sim was running beautifully perfect. But they released a streamer-friendly version, or so we thought, this morning. So I updated it, which I shouldn't have done, but I did. And that caused a bunch of issues. The only way I've been able to get live here again is I had to completely reinstall Sim Update 1 Beta. So we are on Sim Update 1 Beta. Reinstalled the airplane, reinstalled deliveries, and lo and behold, we are in. Now, here's the downside. The only problem is I cannot load into the cabin version 1. I don't know if it's just going to take 20 minutes to load in, but I am in the 2024 no cabin. It still has some juicy window frames, so we still have good window views. Trust me, we'll be good there. After this stream, I'm going to try a second stream later this evening. We're going to do 350 night ops. Okay, we're going to do another stream tonight, and I'm going to try to get the cabin version loading. I don't know if it's just maybe the cabin is extremely detailed. Extremely detailed. It may just be taking longer to load than I'm willing to wait. Uh-oh. Why is my alert box so loud?
Am I still banned? Come on now.
Check.
Let me back
Callie
in.
Simmer,
Welcome
in, Callie Simmer.
I won't suggest 2020 ever again. I promise. Lol.
You are not banned, Callie Simmer. Thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check. Welcome in. Glad to have you here, Callie Simmer. Yeah, please, never suggest 2020 again. Thank you so much, Callie Simmer. Appreciate all support. Carlito, thank you for the $10 super chat as well. Appreciate it. Thanks for the commitment. Let me, to be totally committed to you, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna dim the HQ lights so we can have our juicy views. And I'm going to, so give me 2 seconds. Be right back. All right, so we should have all of our lights set up for juicy views. I don't know if my tiller cam's going to work, but it doesn't matter. Let's take a look at this absolute beauty. We got a Virgin Atlantic over there. We are in the Thai A350 900. Pat, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships as well, man. Very, very kind. I'm going to go ahead and pause the alert box here because it's going to be going nuts, I think. So I appreciate the support. Pat, if you pick a membership up from Pat, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. So I like this livery, Ken. I love this livery. It's going to look extra juicy. If you've never been around the channel for a Scardu stream, you are in for a treat. I understand that new airplane hype brings new viewers. This might be our official new airplane release testing flight. It's VNKT. We're going from Kathmandu up to Scardu. We get to test all sorts of things. We get to test a tight R&P high performance departure, and then our arrival is hand flown. We're hand flying it. You're going to see the nimbleness of the 350 in some of the most incredible terrain that the simulator has to offer. And of course, we're doing a Toga takeoff today, maximum Toga. Let me go ahead and set my brake. All right, how's the wing view? Let's take a look. So I will show you right now. This is the no cabin. This is the no cabin version in 2024, which if you are 16 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you're probably going to want to be running this. I am super excited that iniBuilds gave the option to have cabin or no cabin. And they gave you window shades. Like, I love having window frames for my views. Even though I don't have a cabin, I still get the juicy window frames. You can see here, I'll kind of glitch in. I'll show you what they got. So you still have some stuff, right? You've got your little windows here, and they give you a couple options if you want window frames, which I absolutely love for the window view. So I could load this in a matter of seconds. I'm thinking that the fresh install on the cabin, full cabin, maybe it just takes 10 minutes to load in. I just didn't want to wait anymore. I've been waiting almost 3 hours. So we're going with this version first. I will try to do the other version later because I know 2024 we're all juiced up about the cabin. So without further ado, chat, let's go ahead and get our flows up and running here. Let's go ahead and get the crew supply on. Let's get our ADIRs into a line 1, 2, and 3. Doing things a little bit out of order because, like I said, I had some issues this morning with the nav data and the sim just not wanting to accept it. But we are here, and let's go ahead and get this thing fired up. Oh, right. Now I got hiccups, man. All this stress giving me hiccups. All right, we're going to go over to the load sheet. I'm going to do a sim brief import. I'm going to go ahead and press set 0 fuel weight and set fuel. We're going to leave that page up. We're going to come back to it. Let's go ahead and do some initialization. So we're going to be departing runway 20, and we are on the dark 1 Gulf departure. Transition is Naran. Oh, you know what's so cool? And I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. I brought my home iPad to the HQ today, and the Navigraph app on your own iPad is so awesome. It's the way to go, man. I have been slacking with this. I mean, this is the juice here. We're going out to Manca, I believe. But yeah, having the Navigraph app on your actual flight plan is game changing. Navigraph app on your actual iPad is game changing. Naran is the transition. Now, what I need to figure out how to do is if I can figure out how to get it to insert, or not insert, excuse me. If I bring up the cams like this, we don't have a tiller, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to fix that. What I'm talking about is this. Like, I have Navigraph on the iPad, so much juice. I need to figure out where to mount it. Just makes it so much easier. I don't have to pull up other menus and other screens. I don't have to overlay it. The one in the sim is good, but it's been rather finicky with being stable, you know. So we're going to just go ahead and rock this method. You guys should know how to read Navigraph charts from now, I believe. All right, so let's go back to the NIT page. We did our departure, nav aids, fuel, and load. Fuel on board right now, we got 50.8, and we're going to go ahead and load up our weight. So our 0 fuel weight, I'm going to look over here, is 375.5. So we're going to go here, and this is cool, 375.5, and then you enter. It'll skip over to the 0 fuel weight CG, which we can check over here is 29.8. 29. Oh, I touched the screen, so it got rid of it. But if you don't touch the screen, it will auto select the next option. The block fuel on board, 50.8. Sounds like we got some announcements going on in the back already. Passenger number, we are almost full. 293 on the packs today. 293 packs going up to Skardu. It's going to be a juicy one. All right, there is our perf. We'll go to takeoff perf. Now, what we're going to do here, there's a couple things. If you come over here, we go takeoff perf, and I can sync the FMS, and then I can sync this, and I'll compute these numbers. All right, once the numbers are computed, I'm going to go ahead and send this to the FMS, which then I will flip my screen back over here, and I will confirm takeoff speeds 34, 40, 46. We're doing a Toga today, chat. It doesn't matter how many likes we get, but I'm really hoping we get at least 350 likes for this stream because we should. We're going to be doing a round trip as well. We're going VNKT, or excuse me, OPSED, and then departing, which we've never departed from Skardu before, so it's going to be extra juice. Flaps 1, 30.2 is set. Packs on for takeoff. We'll go ahead and return, and I think that is about it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and put the flight plan page up here. And I'm going to put the perf page up here. And what I've kind of got accustomed to doing is actually flip these around when I'm taxing out. That way I can do everything heads up. But we're going to wait for the final alignment. While we wait for the final alignment, our fueling is complete. We'll get our fuel tank pumps on. Let's get our seatbelt sign on, and we're going to do a juicy APU engine start. Let me make sure sounds are turned up to 11, which they are now. We got them at 80%. I'm going to turn mine down, but I turned yours up. Let me know if it's too much or not enough. But let's go ahead and start the APU from the exterior. Yes, sir. Ryan, I'm not in a hurry, man. I'm just jacked up, dude. I'm almost done with my coffee. I'm sitting here drinking coffee, just loading Alt F4. I know I gotta slow down. But I'm all jacked up, man. Finally, we get it working. My friend told me he puts the EFB in the middle screen when doing briefings. That would be it, yeah. These are not bore sounds, Kyle Lewis. Gosh, why is my tiller cam? I'm not going to reset the tiller cam because the only way I'd be able to reset the tiller is if I unplug and replug the USB, and that is scary in Microsoft Flight Sim. We got ourselves a Pan Am Clipper out to the left. Oh, baby. Looking good. All right, APU is up and running. We'll start the chrono. 2 more minutes for the alignment to finish. Let's take a look. Let's admire that clipper right there as the sun comes up here at Blue Hour in Microsoft Flight Sim. Let's go ahead and hide these cams. Oops. Turn you off. We'll get rid of the cams for now until we get ready to blast out of here. Nabil Hamdoui dropping the 10 gifted memberships. Nabil, very, very kind of you, my friend. I appreciate that support. Nabil, a longtime supporter and the creator of the official Tour de Americas trailer. Nabil, my man, appreciate all the support. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out and not giving up on me either. I saw the chat. You guys were motivating me. There were a couple times there where I was getting close to just Alt F4 the whole thing and maybe trying later, but you guys were enthusiastic, so I figured I can't give up now. We've been here for long enough. I don't know what it was, man. Flight Sim just does finicky things, because I've been flying 1 or 2 routes a day since I've got my hands on this airplane. Never had a WASM crash. I had a GPU, not a GPU crash. I had a sim freeze that led to a crash, but that was unrelated. It was to something I was doing in the background with creating thumbnails. So what happened, that locked up, and then my sim locked up. But that was the only issue I had. So take it for what it's worth. And like Captain Canada said, streamer's curse, man. When you go live and want to show everything off, that's when it just seems to go wrong. But we're up and running now, so I think it's going to be a good day. Maddie K, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'll post the iPad desk mount I use in Discord. I love mine, and it's inexpensive. Maddie K, please do, my man, because, guys, if you haven't used Navigraph on your own EFB, you're missing out, I promise you. All right, so check this out. This is why I love this flight. We've got an incredibly tight RNP departure out of here. I'm going to get Magic Barrel ref up there. No ATC. Let's set our top altitude 40,000 feet first, and then we'll go ahead and do a quick little briefing. All right, top altitude set 40. Climb nav is blue. Let's go ahead and look at this. So on departure, it's a tight RNP. We got 220 knots initially, all the way around to 230 knots, and then we'll continue off on the dark 1 Gulf out to the NAN transition. Looking at our takeoff speeds, we've confirmed 34, 40, and 46. We're doing a flaps 1+F and a Toga takeoff. That is set. With that complete, I'm going to put you in arc mode, and I probably can put the taxi diagram up here and everything, but just for the peace of mind, because I just want to do one flight without having any issues. I'm not going to risk loading in the chart. It's a super easy taxi out to 20. But now that I've got this set here, I'll put this on the menu screen. And oh, actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and disconnect a couple things out front. We go ahead and move the chocks. And before we disconnect the GPU, let's go ahead and turn it off. GPU disconnected. Boom. Everything has been disconnected and removed. So I'll put you back in the regular menu, and then check this out. This is kind of how I've been flying it, like that. So now, if I get a direct to, I can do it. I don't even have to look down at the box. I can just do a direct to from here. I can change my climb, takeoff, performance, whatever it may be, without having any issues. So I've been doing that, and I like it. We're going to go APU bleed on. A beacon is on. Let me get the CTAF for this, and then we got to turn on the radio. That's another thing we have to do. VNKT, you can hear the wind there blowing in. I love that. There is no CTAF. And what I need to do is let me. I need to reset my push to talk before we get going here. Give me a second. Booting up the Moza software. Sometimes, if your Moza software isn't up and running when you launch vPilot, it doesn't seem to register the push to talk. So, just as a word of the wise. So cancel. Oh my gosh, I know. So I got to close vPilot real quick. Drew Smith, thank you so much, man, for the 5 months, or excuse me, 5 months, 5 memberships to the channel, dude. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your support. If you pick up a membership from Drew Smith, shout him out and say thank you. $3.59 for a 359. Jonathan G, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that as well, dude. Thank you for the $3 super chat. It's my understanding if there are any Delta 350 pilots in chat, correct me, I believe it's how Delta configure their A350 screens. Is this how they configured it? I don't know. I'm not sure. I do not fly the 350. I fly the narrow body Airbus. And I love being able to fly... these other airplanes in the sim without having to like go get a new type, you know? It's like I can see what Airbus has done and on their new birds. Same with the A300, man. Like, I love flying the A300 because you can really see what Airbus, what they took from the A300, what they didn't take from the 300. I love the sim, man. All right, can I get a radio check? 22.8.
555.
Beautiful. We're up and running. Do we need a pushback here? I don't think we do. Actually, I don't want to block that clipper. We're going to go ahead and push back. Kathmandu traffic. Tide 357 heavy. Going to be pushing back here. Stand 76. We'll try not to block that clipper. All right. Beacon is up and running. And...
Kathmandu traffic, Silver Sentinel 5. Heavy pushing stand 8.
Clipper's pushing stand 8. So, let's come over here. Let's go ground ceviches. Let's go ahead and attempt to push back. Push back, started cockpit to ground, brakes released. You are clear to push. And we are in the pushback. I'm going to just come hopefully straight back here. Let's see where he turns the nose. And then we'll start the engines up when the pushback is complete so we can totally focus on the engine sounds. Oh, that looks incredible. Blue hour in the sim, and we're rocking Sim Update 1 Beta. For those that haven't flown the beta yet, get to take a look at that. So far, performance is really good and smooth. I think I forgot to turn my LOD up to max juice, but for the sake of leg 1 on this stream and the issues that I've had, I'm just going to leave everything as is. For the next leg, we might try to juice up the LOD and get a couple other things working. Maddie K dropping the 10 gifted memberships. Maddie K, dude, appreciate you. Very kind, Maddie K. If you pick a membership up from Maddie K, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. Push complete, set brakes. Brakes are set. I think we can make that tight turn there. We don't want to go back too much further. We'll make the tight right turn. It'll be tight, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. All right, let's go ahead and boot them up. Engine start to ignition start. I'm going to be quiet. And Zippy's going to go ahead and block our engine start sounds. Here we go.
Again, anyone's way here. We're going to back taxi full length for 20 via Charlie. Kathmandu.
Fan blades are spinning the correct way. Oh, I need to recalibrate my throttles. Let's go ahead and stop the engine start. So this is good. This is good that we do this live. So because of my reinstall, we're going to go to the main menu. We're going to go to options and simulation Internal throttle calibration. So reverser on axis. So this is how we're gonna. This is great. If you have, I guess the TCA would be the same thing. It's how you're gonna calibrate. So use global dead zone. No, I'm gonna use the dead zone of 5. So I'm gonna go ahead and set. We're gonna have to go into max reverse first. We're gonna go max reverse. We're gonna set idle reverse. We're gonna set. I'm gonna come up here, go idle, set idle. Hang tight. We're going to juice up the #1 engine here for a second. We're going to set climb, set MCT, and we're going to set Toga. Hopefully that's not going to mess anything up. We'll have to verify our flight plan. Still got all our perf data. All right. So, Magic Barrel Ref is set, 4,000, or 400 is set. Climb nav is still blue. Everything looks good. I think we can go ahead and start engine #2. Here we go. We'll go back to ignition start. Starting engine 2. So they make the, I love that throttle calibration. They make it super simple. Fetsy, I am on Sim Update 1 Beta, yes. This is the Sim Update 1 Beta that I am on. Loud and clear.
5.5.
Gabriel, take it easy, my man. VRAM usage, I'm not actually even sure. Matty K, because this is Sim Update 1 Beta, and I'm running the no cabin one. It's always been around 17 to 18 for me. The cabin one, when I was doing it in the testing, was always around 21, 20 VRAM. But I just want to make sure we get at least one juice flight in, Matty, on the return leg. We'll do a couple different things. I'll pull up the AMD prompt and everything, but right now we're just operating with fingers crossed, making sure everything works as intended. Let's go ahead and Flaps 1, check this sound out, y'all. I'd say that's pretty nice. Flight control check. You can see the ailerons are drooping out there. Pretty sweet. All right, let's go taxi mode on APU master. No mobile, we'll put you auto. Everything else looks good on the overhead. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 heavy taxi 20. Brakes are released. I'm going to see if I can't get a super tight turn here. Crank that nose wheel all the way over. Let's go. Get some differential thrust in there. I think we're going to be just okay. Brake check. Now this is different. Pressure normal, I guess. If you see the little brake pressure gauge, that's a difference from the narrow body fleet. We always do brake check. We see pressure 0 to make sure we're on normal braking. In the 350, a little bit different. Watch, I'll do another one here. Check this out. Brake check. Pressure green, maybe is the call. Not quite sure. Let's go ahead and arm the speed brakes. We'll go ahead and set auto brakes RTO. We'll come down here and do TO config. Takeoff config normal. Looks like Zippy's getting ready to blast off there in his 330. I guess we could do the flight controls from here as well. Full up, full down neutral, full left, full right. Let's watch this 330 take off wing view here. Ah, nice. Virgin Atlantic. Gotta love it. Love to see it. Love to see it, Zippy. There he goes. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 Heavy, gonna back taxi 20. Alright, we gotta do a little bit of a back taxi here. Let's go ahead and get all our lights on. The light manipulation to my brain is backwards, but I'm probably in the odd, there. I don't think anyone else has a problem with it, but when I mouse wheel it, it doesn't mouse wheel the way I expect it to mouse wheel. It's inverted compared to other aircraft, but that might just be a me problem. Jesse Ordonez, welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Glad to have you on board. Just in time for takeoff. Our cabin is, let's see, signs on, ready, ground spoilers armed, TO, RTO, takeoff config is normal. One other thing we need to do here, that's why I like having this up here. I'm going to go to the serve page. We'll go ahead and turn our TCAS on. No auto ATC. And I'm going to put you back FMS2. And the reason I leave this in climb, or excuse me, in perf mode, is we'll be able to adjust our climb performance here. Come back to that on the climb out. We don't need the chrono anymore. We'll reset the chrono. We'll throw terrain on ND. Oh yeah, we're doing a Toga takeoff. We are going to do a Toga takeoff. Oscar, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate you. Oscar dropping the 5 gifted memberships before we blast off. Oscar, thank you so much, man, for the 5 gifted memberships in the chat, dude. Appreciate you, Oscar. Thank you for the support, my man. A350 pre-release day maximum stream time. A little bit more juice here as we make the turn. If you guys hit 50 likes before we go takeoff, I'll do packs off. It makes a difference too, because you can see the idle the idle change when we turn the packs off. Thank you so much, though, Oscar. I appreciate the 5 gifted subs, my man. Very, very kind. All right, look at that. That looks excellent. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 Heavy, departing runway 20 on the DAC 1 Golf departure. Wow, you smashed it? You want to see Toga packs off? It is. All right, here we go, chat. Packs are coming off. Packs cut out. Where do we do it from, inside or outside? Spool them up 50. Yoga's in chat. Here we go. Yoga. We're cooking. Man, Toga, SRS, auto thrust is bleh. Thrust set.
Heavy, landing up runway 20, backtrack.
100 knots, check. V1. Oh, I guess he calls it. Rotate, up we go. Positive rate, gear up, fly with, navin. Screaming. Pack 1's coming on. Lever climb. Thrust, decel, climb, climb. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to take off the auto derate. We're going to go full climb. We're going thrust climb. Tight right bank angle check. Here we go. .220 on the speed. Matter of fact, I should do autopilot on for this so we can enjoy this. Look at that. Oh yeah, we got to get pack 2 on. And pack 2's coming back on. After takeoff checklist is complete.
Heavy departing on runway 20.
This is why we fly 2024, chat. This is why we fly 2024. Nabil, where's Nabil at? This is real life. Welcome our new emojis. We have real life emojis now. This is what, chat? What is this? This is real life. So we're going to maintain 220 here. This is a tight R&P departure. We're going to keep our climb perf going. We're at 10,000 feet. We'll go ahead and kill the externals. Everything looks good. We'll call the purser, let them know we're at a 10. Oh, come on now. Come on. Let's go full screen for maximum juice here. Brought to you by AMD. Man, I gotta tell you, this is my first takeoff with the Sim Update 1 beta. That looks pretty good down there. Looks pretty good, Turk. That looks pretty good. How the sim sounds? Loud? Too loud? I have to watch myself because I can turn my sounds down, but I leave yours up too loud. All right, we're 12.8 out of 400. At or above 7,500, which is not going to be a problem. Look at that. Come on now. Come on now. Miss V1 in the house. Things are working. Yeah, we got it working, Miss V1, finally. It was a process. We got it working. Thanks, hon. Maybe a coffee food break for the stamina. Yeah, that would be excellent. Let me know if y'all are coming out for lunch. We're going to do a A350 at night stream as well, so. Now, what's interesting is yesterday on my departure, out of my flight over to Skardu, it was moderate turbulence almost the entire way, and the wing flex was insanely awesome. I hope we get to see some turbulence today. It's got the similar, like, dual ailerons out there as the 380 has. Gosh, that looks so good. How's the systems depth compared to 380? Definitely more systems going on, Aviate. Definitely more going on. There's pretty much everything modeled in this bird. Ooh, we're getting some chop now. It's been pretty rough before. We'll see if we get any engine wobble. But, I mean, what the 350 does well is it really absorbs... I feel like it absorbs the turbulence better. You can see how the wing is just super flexy. I guess that's increase the ride. You know, you get in a 319. Ooh, a little bit of a DLC coming up there. You get in a 319. You have those short, stubby wings out there. It's just kind of a firmer, more like a sports car kind of feeling. 350 is nice and soft, man. How's the cockpit flow? Is it just like the 380? Very similar, Unfathomable. Very similar. To be honest with you, I haven't flown the 380 all that much just because of performance issues. But when we depart when we depart OPSED, we'll go through the checklist. We'll bring up the in-flight checklist and all that because it has the checklist and everything. And I'll show you a little bit better of a flow. This particular stream, I went live kind of out of order with stuff in the cockpit because I kept having an issue when I was loading the FMS flight plan. So I figured there's no sense in streaming it. I'm just going to get in and try to load things up, and if it works, then I'll go live. So that was why we were a little out of order. On the return leg, I will attempt to just start it from the get-go. Flamethrower, gosh, to be honest with you, I don't remember. I'm either on realistic or medium. I'm either realistic or medium, man. I cannot remember. Jeremy, does this meet the mark for high fidelity? Yeah, absolutely, Jeremy. Absolutely meets the mark for high fidelity. It is a really well done airplane. Let's go ahead and manage, or it's not manage, go ahead and set standard. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 Heavy, just over Kilo Tango 911, out to the west. Last call, Kathmandu, passing flight level 220. All right, here's our last restriction at 230. Now she's really going to pick it up. We're going to do a cost index of 160. So it's going to be 230, 53. Should be fine. We'll go ahead and get rid of the terrain. We don't need that. Why am I on TA only? Maybe I misclicked it. Let's go back to our TCAS page. That's why. TARA. There we go. I'm on TARA right now. It's on TA only. That's my bad. Put you back on the perf page there. Looking good. Now we're accelerating out. 307 knots is our econ climb out speed. Mach 0.85. We got a 34 knot headwind already. How long is this flight going to make Cafe con leche? Oh, man. Nabil, you got plenty of time, my man. It should be about 2 hours, just under 2 hours. But the last 45 minutes is like hardcore descending into the terrain. We got to really prep for that. So you got a solid hour. I really wanted to do the in-flight cabin tour, but unfortunately, like I said, I just couldn't get her to load up. It just would kind of sit there loading, and I'm thinking it might just be a time thing. I just need to sit there and let it do its whole thing. I will try that. Oop, there's some engine wobbling. I will try that on either on the return leg or on the second stream this evening. As good as the Fenix? I don't know, man. The Fenix is dang near perfect. It is a dang near perfect add-on. So let's let this airplane marinate a little bit more before we make any judges. But what I do like, who asked that question? King Bob. What I do like about this airplane, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn on my noise canceling mode. I'm going to lower you guys to 25. Let me know if it's too low for you or not. Here's a thing that I really like about this airplane. When I did a test sector, I was landing after it was like there was a light dusting of snow. The effects packages that come standard on the 350 without having to get any additional programs is pretty epic. You might have seen in the screenshots that I posted, like as I came down to flare, there was the snow blowing, or like you can get the intake vortices. So it does have that over the Fenix, which I would love to see eventually implemented on the Fenix too. But having the effects that it comes standard is fantastic. I gotta say, it is pretty sweet. Look at that view right there. Look at the light coming through. I love that. That's when I first saw that, even on 2020. My mind was blown that we are at this type of simulation now, where as we turn away from the sun, the light that escapes through the cowling and it's interrupted by the fan blade. Just insane. Parallel 42 dead? Well, Oscar, I've never used Parallel 42, so I'm not going to say it's dead, but I will say that there's no need to have it on the 350, so it might be approaching its deathbed, but I don't know. The release is slated for tomorrow, correct. The release is slated for tomorrow, and if you are on 2024 like I am, the Sim Update 1 beta is strongly recommended. And I say strongly recommended because I think that's what iniBuilds even says. I don't think they say it's required, but it's weird. It just shows you the timing of things. I have not been on the Sim Update 1 beta. I have not encountered a single issue with the 350 during all of the testing phase. Not a single issue. I noticed, actually on the very first version I had, I noticed the performance seemed heavy. But then there was another version that, I don't know if they did anything performance-wise. Maybe it was the fact that I did a clean install in the second version. I didn't have any, the performance seemed much better. But I didn't have a single WASM crash or any issues on the non-beta until this morning, when I think last night, or was it last night or early this morning, iniBuild pushed out the streamable or live copy. So there's been, I don't know, 5 or 6 revisions since I've had the airplane. And for some reason, I could not get it to launch on the non-beta. So I tried clearing out the works folder. I tried a new fresh install of the airplane, uninstalling everything, reinstalling everything. I would load in, and as soon as I would hit import, instant lockup, WASM crash. So that led me to, iniBuilds mentioned that. They said, well, you really need to be on Sim Update 1 if you're using Navigraph. So I guess what I could have done is tried not using Navigraph, or maybe trying to use sim data. Maybe that would have fixed it. Excuse me. I'm not sure. I just decided, okay, well, I'm going to go, after 2 hours of trying to get it to work, I just uninstalled everything, installed Sim Update 1 beta, cleared the work folder out, installed the latest version of the 350, and wha-bam, we're here live, and performance is great. So take that information with it, for what it is. If you don't want to run the beta, maybe try it without the beta and try not using Navigraph. Maybe you won't have issues, but I don't know if that's going to be the recommended route. So there's that. Missed a couple of David Isaac. Did I say thank you for your 10 gifted memberships, man? I can't remember. I apologize, dude. I had the alert box muted here, and I had everything all kind of just screwed up here. But thank you so much, Captain Isaac, for the 10 gifted memberships. I didn't say thank you. And there was also Captain McGee. Thank you for the bank angle check.
Bank angle.
Let's give a shout out to Mrs. V1.
Absolutely. Miss V1 shout out. She's the glue that keeps us together, and she's absolute legend in terms of in-flight coffee deliveries. And Chicago Pilot, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Captain, is the Fenix flare realistic at all in 24? I can't land that plane consistently, or their floater slam. Chicago Pilot, what type of hardware are you using? It is in my experience that the Fenix is the closest simulation to the A320 series that we have on desktop flight sim. The way it lands, I love it. There have been some tweaks involved, and I don't know what I'm at liberty to discuss. But I'll just say this: they are constantly improving at Chicago Pilot, but I have not seen or encountered anything glaring that makes it unrealistic. I'll just say that, Chicago Pilot. I'll say that. But hardware is a big deal when it comes to the Airbus in general, and I think a lot of it goes by the wayside because we get focused with yokes and stuff because a lot of the airplanes we fly are yoke driven, and it's direct. You get that direct feeling connected to the airplane, right? Well, the Airbus, it's fly-by-wire, and it has, if the developer tries to really simulate a fly-by-wire landing phase, or what is it called, like the flare mode, when a dev does a good job at coding that and setting that up, if your hardware isn't up to snuff and you keep trying, I'm saying it isn't up to snuff, if you keep trying to adjust your hardware to make the airplane land differently, you're going to have more and more issues. So my recommendation is to go linear on your hardware and then tweak slightly if you need to. I think Fenix has some recommendations for the TCA stick. I unfortunately don't speak for the TCA stick because I don't have it set up. With the Moza base, I use straight linear on everything, and it lands wonderfully. So, hardware makes a big difference for the 320 Airbus series when the devs really try to code in that landing flare and roll, like that pitch change and everything. If you keep trying to adjust your hardware to make it land differently, I think that's going to cause issues. Clear all your curves out, go linear, and then if there's a recommended setting for your stick, just try that and leave it. I think too many times we get into different airplanes and we try to make them land like other airplanes, or we try to make them land to how we think they land. And you're kind of defeating the purpose of the flight model then, right? By trying to make everything feel the same. The 350 on the other hand, this one here is a very nimble, it feels way more nimble than it should for its size, compared to the 330. So I've actually worked on my Moza profile, and it's all straight linear as well. I've just loosened up the spring a little bit, and once I get it dialed in, I'll pin it in the Discord as well. My Moza side stick is going to be just a little bit different than the 320 series as far as the force controls. I basically just lowered that spring back a little bit. SSG, thank you so much for the 41 months support. Amazing what have come out of Sim World. Just wish I had the computer to run it. It's Scandi SSG is an Arma clan from Sweden. Nice! Arma clan from Sweden. Well, Scandi, thank you so much for the 41 months of support, my man. Hopefully with some more sim updates, maybe your PC will be able to run the sim. I can tell you from my limited experience so far in Sim Update 1 beta, the performance seems much better than it did in the non-beta. Moza, yay or nay? Yes, I am a huge proponent of the Moza because it's your last stick that you ever need to buy, because you can configure your Moza to be anything you want. You can configure it to be an Airbus non-force feedback, but you can set up the exact profile and tensions and dampening that you want. You could set it up to be an F-16 stick. You can set it up to be a P-51, a helicopter, a cyclic. That's why, to me, force feedback in the Moza is the future, because you just buy one base, and with software tuning, it can turn into anything you want it to be. So V1 is your king for that Texas barbecue. What's up, Cam? Good to see you, man. How's the cabin look? Kenneth, I will show you what limited cabin we have once we get leveled off here. I mentioned earlier, I've been flying it with the full cabin version, and I like it. It's very detailed. But with my issues this morning, I just could not load in. I would hit start flight, and it would sit there, and it wouldn't freeze. It would just sit there loading. So I would escape, I could back out and try again. It wasn't freezing, it just wasn't loading in. My thought now is that maybe it's going to take, I just need to let it load in for a solid, give it 10 minutes, let's say. Because remember how the PMDG took like 10, 15 minutes on the very first load in? I ran out of patience 3 hours in. I was like, okay, screw this. No cabin version, loaded right up. So we will attempt to do that on the either return leg or on tonight's stream. I'll have to make a poll. We'll have to see if we should just do a constant turnaround, which I've never tried a turnaround. Maybe we should try a turnaround, or we should take a little break in Skardu. I'll restart the sim and load up the cabin version. We'll have to see. But tonight, this evening, we started a little bit late, so let's see, we'll probably get there at 11 noon, I want to do a PM stream in the A350 1000, so we can see night mode. Is the avionics bay loaded? Unfathomable, thanks for the $5 super chat. It is modeled, yes. I don't know if it is when I have no cabin on. Let me see. No, when I have no cabin on, it is not modeled. I have limited galley. So this is what it looks like with the 2024 version with no cabin version running. Yeah, so it's not here. But we have some limited galley space we could look at. All right, we're at flight level 400. Thank you, Unfathomable, for the $5 super chat, though, man. I appreciate you. All right, we're at 40,000 feet. Taking a look at our route here. KNG. So Delta, Byreb, them Opsid. That looks good. All right. And we'll leave the seatbelts on for now. It seems like it's smoothed out. Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off for now. You are now free to move about the cabin. See, am I crazy on this one? Let me ask your opinion. The seatbelt switch. The seatbelt switch is fully on right now. It's up. If I were to mouse wheel, which way would you mouse wheel this switch? Would you mouse wheel down towards yourself, or would you mouse wheel up away from you? Am I going crazy? Right. So down does not move it. If I mouse wheel up, it moves it. So it's opposite of how I'm feeling. Same with the taxi light here. Okay, so I'm not going crazy. Maybe it's reversed on accident, or maybe that's intended, but the way I normally mouse wheel things, it's backwards. So like for the taxi light, I'm mouse wheeling down to bring it up. I'm mouse wheeling up to bring it down. But I guess that's kind of like forward would be away from you. I think maybe that's what they're trying to get at. So like in real life, this is how the panel looks, right? So you would push the switch away from you. If you were sitting in the seat, you would pull the switch towards you. So that in this view, it makes sense. But when you try to make give yourself a straight up overhead like that, it's backwards. But that's why it's modeled that way. Anyway, let's turn the seatbelt sign off. Let's put it, seatbelt sign is off. You are now free to move about the cabin. We'll take a look at some systems pages here in a minute. Let's just go ahead and enjoy what we got. I'm actually curious, with no cabin modeled, we have a front galley. So we take a little tour around the galley here. Yeah, exterior lights are the same, Matty K. So that's what it is. They've modeled the mouse manipulator like you would if you were sitting in the seat and pushing it away from you or pulling it towards you. I think somebody else, some other dev did that too. But nice little cabin situation here. Now without cabin fully modeled, this is what you get, right? So it gets rid of the seats, it gets rid of the curtains, but they give you some beautiful windows here to set up window views. And I like how there's no collision model, so there's no need to do hack view or anything like that. You just set it up and go. Does the toilet flush? Yes, it does when you have the cabin installed. I don't think we have a toilet. Let's see. There is a toilet over here in the mid galley. Oh, no, it's not modeled. But the actual toilet flushes. It does indeed flush. If you want the cabin on. But right now I don't have cabin on. Just Flight has working coffee machines. That they do. Just Flight does. There's enough space for pickleball in there, absolutely. Go back to the open cabin thing. Well, let's keep going. I'm actually curious what else is modeled in the back here. I mean, yeah, we could play tennis in here. Nice wing view, though. Juice. All kinds of things in here. VRAM overloads on every toilet flush. So this would be the aft mid galley. 3R. Door operation. I don't know if I armed all the slides, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think I armed the slides. These are showing arm. Ooh, pull to exit. No, I'm not going to. But I don't think I armed the slides on the EFB. Performance? I'm going to pull up. Let me pull up the AMD performance here in just a second. Let me come all the way to the aft. We'll pull up the adrenaline software. I'll take a look. I'll read you my numbers here in just a second. Ooh, this is a window view I did not bind. I ran out of keys. Okay, that's also kind of juice right there. That's pretty juicy from right there. Come on now. Yeah, they're definitely armed in the model, but I don't know if I armed them on the EFB, is what I'm saying. Got a little custom iniBuilds flight attendant panel back here. Very cool. All the way back. Ooh, see the bulkhead. Is this still considered a THS? I mean, look at that's pretty good detail. You know what's crazy? This is the proper, I forget what they call these. It's not a Phillips screwdriver. You see how it's got a little bit of an angle? Some type of Torx nut, right? They're not Phillips heads. But still really good detail. I mean, let's come out here on the aft stab. Look at the little bit of texturing on the horizontal stab. Come back to the APU. Whoa, the APU is modeled. Okay, this is pretty cool. Look at this thing. So an APU is literally just a small jet engine. Torque X, thank you, yeah. Torque X, that's what they are. This is pretty cool. So this is, let's see, I'm assuming that's the inlet. This would be running pneumatics from what stage? I'm not sure what stage it'd be running it from. Let's see though, is this the inlet right here? Maybe? Where's the APU inlet on a 350? This is an interesting design thing here. What is this? That is interesting. It's on the top, so maybe I guess that would be where the, I gotta be careful not to reset my sim time here on accident. So this is the APU inlet on the top. Opens up. Start the APU. I don't think we can start the APU at 40,000 feet. I mean, this is pretty... Got the igniter box and everything, and there's like the... this is basically a PT-6. They've thrown a PT-6 in here with no propeller. Pretty cool. This is pretty cool. We'll need a mechanic in chat, and there's the exhaust. Meow. There's your, oh, their strobes are flashing. Strobes and aft position light. That in itself must have taken forever to model. I mean, this might be the first airplane that I've flown that has an APU modeled. I mean, granted, it might be the first one that I've actually looked. I just think that's really cool. All right. And this is with cabin off, mind you. This is with cabin off. That's why you're seeing missing cabin pieces. Got to call Stig. We need Stig in here. FSS has the 7.2, had the APU modeled-ish. Yeah, that's right. You're right, A-Rod. I do remember seeing that. You're right. Now that you say that. All right, Ruben, let's zoom up here. Hopefully we don't crash the sim. All right, so before we get too carried away, Skardu is an extremely challenging high-altitude airport that we really need to prep early on. So I don't want to get too far off. I'll start bringing up my charts for that. Let me bring up my AMD performance, and I'm going to read you some perf numbers. We'll start from the cockpit view. Let's start from cockpit view as we're cruising along here. Let me boot up the Adrenaline software. Please don't crash the sim. All right, so I am running frame gen off. Frame gen is off. Right now at cockpit view, I'm getting 50 FPS, 46 FPS, 48 FPS. It's fluctuating, it's stabilizing right about 46, 48 FPS stable. This is frame gen off, okay? Right now I'm using 16.3 gigabytes of VRAM, 16.3 VRAM. The GPU is operating at 60%. The GPU, oh, that's the onboard memory. We don't care about that. CPU is working at 43%. My system RAM, which I have 64 gigabytes of, is at 22. So system memory is 22 gigs. I'm getting right about 50 frames. Frame generation is off, and 16.3 gigs of VRAM. This is with cabin disabled. So we will come back and we'll look at some of these numbers if we run the cabin version. Ooh, we're starting to get into some of that turbulence. But I'll be curious to see what the cabin numbers are in Sim Update 1 Beta. I have not used Sim Update 1 Beta with the cabin version yet, so maybe my perf numbers will be better than expected. I think I I had a, I might have a screenshot of it somewhere that I saved for my own, like I have a screenshot of the adrenaline software. Let me see if I pull it up. When I was running the cabin in not sim update 1 beta, what type of, I know it was in the high 20s was the VRAM, but that was in the non-beta. Why don't you use FrameGen? It's way better. JJ, well, honestly, right now, I'm not having any issues with it, so I'm leaving it off. Hold on, I'm looking for, let's see. It definitely seems like it's performing better though, because with the cabin off and FrameGen, I was getting 70 FPS. With FrameGen on, 70 FPS, 68 FPS in the non-sim update 1 version. And if I'm already getting 50 frames with no FrameGen, that's already an improvement, because I'll probably get double that with FrameGen on. I guess I don't have I guess maybe I deleted the screenshot or something. I want to say in the non-beta version, I was consistently in the high teens to low 20s of VRAM with the cabin on. Did you share a custom views folder? BKG, no, I never do custom views, man. I always make my own views. So if you bind up your keys to do proper wing views, you never have to download a wing view folder anywhere, man. That's great. All right, let's go ahead and look at some systems. Engine page is good. Door, wheel, flight control. I wanted to check electrical AC. Look at the, actually I'm going to get rid of you, put you back over there. Look at the electrical AC panel. Man, definitely a lot more going on in this bird than a 320. Oh, I remember. JJ, the reason I don't run it is because I'm always clicking on my other monitor, and when I click on my other monitor with FrameGen on, I get that stutter. I don't like that stutter, so I just turn FrameGen off. I don't get that stutter between monitors. Hydraulic pressure. Okay, now this is something that maybe a 350 connoisseur can answer me. We're getting 5,000 PSI on the hydraulic system of the 350. In the 320, it's 3,000, I believe, right? And in the 330, it's also 3,000. So is the reason that this airplane flies a little bit more or responds... It responds more nimbly than the 330 for sure. I wonder if that has to do with the 5,000 PSI. Because when you fly this airplane, if you've been flying the 330 at all, heck, even the 320 series, I would say the 320 series flies more closely to the 350 than the 330. The 330 is really like a lumbering box truck. This 350, it handles extremely well. It responds well to your flight control inputs. It rolls fast. I feel like it rolls faster than the 330. But Diabetic Lad says the higher pressure so they could use smaller and lighter hydraulic piping. So that would make sense. Less fluid required. So by upping the PSI, you save weight. That's pretty awesome engineering. We're getting some chop right now, but the cabin is hardly moving. It feels like the wingtips are taking the brunt of that chop. Airbus made the 335 or more sluggish on purpose. I wonder why. So what we need then is we need roll rate. We need someone to dig up the A330 roll rate in degrees per second and the 350 degrees per second. I'm gonna see why. Now, this is why I love this route for this test. For our inaugural flight in the 350, going into SCAR-DO, it's a complete hand-flown approach. We are committed once we overfly the field, and there is some very tight maneuvering constraints. So being able to roll this in there and the way the airplane responds is great. I did do one practice approach just to make sure I wouldn't crash on stream live and to make sure everything loaded up in the sim. I didn't have any crashes, right? Doing some bug testing. But it takes the circle really well. It takes it better than the 320, honestly. 5,000 seems to be the new civil standard, but it's been used in military jets for years. Thank you, Hemish. Interesting. The 7.8 also uses 5,000 pressures. I mean, if you can save weight and have less piping with more PSI, why wouldn't you do it, right? That's money. JJ's telling them to turn the frame gen on. Dude, I can't even tell the difference between 50 and 100 FPS, man. I can't even tell the difference. What gets me more is if I click on that other monitor and it hiccups. Are we gonna have some Korean jazz today? Nah. Maybe later. So I was thinking, what if we went to Kai-Tech? So what if we do the return leg just normal? We'll just do a steady turn. So we'll land in Skardu, we'll turn around, and we'll go right back to Kathmandu. And then later, I'll set up a second stream, and we can take the A350 1000 in Cathay colors. I'll try to get the cabin loaded and take that sucker into Kai-Tech from Kathmandu. From Kathmandu to Kai-Tech, that's kind of a long haul, right? Maybe we can watch a green dot on that one. If we have a nice cabin, we can watch green dot in our cabin. We'll be flying all night long. Google says max command roll rate on the 330 is 7 degrees per second, and the 350 is 15 degrees max command roll rate. Matty K, that's what I was looking for. And that makes wonderful sense. And here, so this is a good discussion point. So the 350 roll rate is nearly double. It's actually more than double, according to Google, than the 330. So when a developer does a good job at modeling the flight model and the fly-by-wire roll rate and G-load, so in a fly-by-wire aircraft, you're not flying pitch and bank. You're commanding a roll rate and you're commanding a G-load when you pull aft. So forward aft on the side stick is a G-load command. Left and right on the side stick is a roll rate command. You're asking the aircraft to give you certain degrees per second on a roll rate. So if you have a side stick that is set up for your 330, for example, let's just say you get your 330 side stick, you have a TCA side stick, you're all set up, and I'm going to run a 25% curve and a dead zone here and running, what is it, the null zone at the very end, I forget what they call it, extremity dead zone. All right, cool. You're flying along. You're happy. Now the 350 comes out, and you start flying. You're like, wow, this is way too sensitive. It feels like a toy. I need to fix this. So then you go into your Microsoft settings, and then you put in like a 35% curve and a 20% extremity dead zone to try to make your 350 feel like your 330. You're just nullifying all the work that's been done in the flight model to make the airplane feel good. So that's why I say it's really try to have a standardized curve or dead zone and just rock that between airplanes, because airplanes are going to respond differently. Now, if you have a 320, if you have two 320s, say for instance you fly the Fenix and it flies wonderfully, then you get the FS or the Malware Labs version, and it's way too sensitive. Well, then yeah, make it match what your Fenix does, because the Fenix is the way to go. So that would be an acceptable argument. But yeah, you got to be careful with the side stick curves and stuff, because there are differences in aircraft and you want that to be simulated. You want to feel that difference. A330 roll rate is supposed to simulate the A300 roll rate. Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Pisagor. Appreciate that. So it's almost like an intentional design on the 330 to make it familiar for pilots coming from the A300. I mean, Airbus has, I will say this, there are a lot of things that Airbus has done that I don't necessarily agree with, especially when we start talking about automation and flight controls and single pilot flight decks and all that, and automatic takeoffs. And I get it, it's technology. There's a lot of things that Airbus has done that I don't necessarily agree with, or I don't have to agree with it. Don't necessarily like, okay? But it doesn't matter what I like. It's what makes the money, what makes the world go round, and that's money. But what they have done is Airbus has done a good job at keeping the training for crews going from different Airbus platforms. They have kept crews in mind, whereas it's, you know, the one cockpit initiative now where we're making all the 320neos try to get, they're bringing all the tech in from the 350 on the 321neos to try to get everything more familiar, so it's easier for crews to switch types and be confident with all of the systems that they're already initially been exposed to, whether it's a narrow body Airbus or maybe it's a 330 going to 350, whatever. So it's crazy. Josh, what's up, man? A330 to A350 is a 3-day training. That's it? That's crazy. That is crazy. So that is one good thing about Airbus, that they have kept the crew in mind, the flight crew in mind, especially when it comes to increasing tech and getting advancements. I mean, because this whole, what do we got up here? So if we look at our panel, or look at the 380, I mean, this is exactly like the 380. This panel is very similar. This operates and functions almost, it functions exactly like the Drames panel that we have in the narrow body, right? Now we got some additional stuff down here, a little bit different tuning situation over here, but I mean, they've kept that. The thrust levers have pretty much always been just the same, except this has got a pointy thing on the end of it, and then they have bigger levers instead of little flaps from the 320 series. Engine start looks the same. Pitch trim is the rudder trim. This is the same rudder trim switch that's been in every Airbus since Airbus started having rudder trim switches, except maybe the 300. I can't remember what the 300 one looks like. So I mean, the parking brakes, the spoilers, the flaps, all very, very similar. This, albeit is different displayed than a narrow body, it's everything is the same there. So you got your constraints, you got your weather, you got your needles if you want them on there like that, terrain. So it just, I almost like, I don't know, I almost like the older version better because you don't have to rely on the background. I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It's all the same information though. I mean, it's pretty incredible that the overhead, this is all the same. Flight controls are the same, like type of layout. You got flight controls on the captain overhead and on the first officer side. Obviously, they're different, right? We got primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, sec 1, sec 2, sec 3. We've got 3 secs from the 320 series of aircraft. This panel is exactly the same. This is a big panel too right here. The emergency electrical power for the RAT. You could deploy the RAT, I'm assuming. Can you do it for hydraulics too? Let's see if that's changed. So in the 320 series of aircraft, the RAT, electrical manpower, we can turn the RAT on here for electrical power only and not get hydraulic power. It would appear that there is no RAT deploy for the hydraulic. So I'm wondering if you deploy it for electrical, if it will automatically power hydraulic. It just gets rid of a redundant button. I'm not sure, but I have to dig in the manual on that one. But that looks like a button that's been removed. Batteries, slightly different. We got emergency batteries, right? We're in a completely electric airplane now. The flight controls have electric backups if both hydraulics are gone. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a different redundancy. So electrical backup gets rid of the need for the hydraulic backup then. Let me see if we pull up the hydraulic page again. Let's see. Green reservoir. I was trying to see. Let's go to the electrical AC and electrical DC. DC1, DC2, AC EMER 2. Yeah, a backup emergency battery. So 2 extra batteries that we don't have in the 320 series. Yeah, and Ronald, you're right. I didn't even think about that. In the 320 series, there is no, it powers the blue. In the 350, there is no blue hydraulics anymore. So small electrical or a smaller hydraulic system with greater PSI, getting rid of weight, saving money. Pretty cool. Finally made push to standard 2. Pull to standard never made sense to me. Pull standard. I can't remember, Josh. What is it in the 320 now? Is it back up? I haven't haven't been to work in so long. Pull for standard, I think, is what we do, right? And it's reverse now. Yeah, push for standard. I'm inclined to disagree, but I can't because every time I fly on the 320, I still do it wrong, man. Like I push or pull until I figure out what I want. It's like set standard, and I end up pulling it. I should be pushing it, or maybe I push it and I don't pull it. I don't know. That's one of the switches on the 320 that I manipulate way more than I should. I should have it memorized by now. I just push it or pull it until it does what I want it to do. Pull kind of makes sense when you think about the rest of the FCU. Well, that's yeah. So pull, the way I was taught was when you pull something from the FCU, you're giving it to yourself, right? So if I pull for open descent, it's not managed. It's not going to fly any restraints in the box. It's on me to do descent constraints, etc. Or if I pull for an open climb and I'm flying on a SID that has vertical level loss and I have to going out of Vegas, for instance, that's a big one. If you pull for an open climb, it's on me to meet those restraints. If I push it, it's managed by the airplane. Same with speed. If I push it, it's managed by the airplane. It's going to take whatever's in the box to fly at. So if I pull the barrow, I should have command of what it is. Well, I don't know. I guess. I guess. Because if you push it, you're just setting standard. It's not like you're giving it away. You're just setting a standard. I'm not sure. Leave that one up for debate. Josh says, only reason it doesn't make sense is the whole FCU's push-pull dictates if you're taking control of giving it to the plane. So it makes sense to me to pull it if I want to set it. Correct. I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I like that. I like that theory, Josh. Is the EGT usually that high? Well, we'll run an 8.5 Mach, and it's ISA +4, and we're doing 750. Listen, if it's in the green, you're good to go, man. I don't know what that's one thing that you'll have to defer to a real 350 pilot about. I don't know what the, a nominal EGT in cruise is. All I know is if it's green, it's fine. That's what maintenance is going to tell you. Altimeter value pre-select in the barrow now too, finally. Oh, altimeter pre-select. How do you do pre-select? Oh, yeah. See? So this is what Josh is talking about. So let's say that the landing pressure is going to be 1013. So what I would do in the old version, when I first started, I am this years old. When I first started flying the Airbus, the way we would do that is, you pull here and you'd set 1013, and sometimes the airplane used to be pretty bad about dipping down, and you could feel it when somebody made that change. Even if you were fast, you just feel a little bit of the airplane kind of do a little dip up or down, just kind of disturbs it. Now, I gotta say, I don't know if they've adjusted that logic. I feel like especially the new Neos, when I do it, the airplane doesn't seem to displace from its cruise altitude hardly at all. It seems like it's a much smoother transition. I mean, it used to be a significant little jolt when you would change the barrow up here. But now we've got rid of all that. And all you got to do is set, you just scroll it. So if I want to set, let's see, the barrow down in the field is going to be 1022. So now it's 1022. So now when I go to set it, it's already set. And we don't have to worry about Nabil not having his set over there and getting the EFIS disagree or barrow disagree. Ding. So that is pretty neat. A neat little function. All right, as we go to KNG Atlas Messer, let me take a look here. Delta is the big one we need to worry about. We're supposed to hit that at 2:59 Zulu time now. Where is the clock? right there. Is that the only clock? Surely we have more clocks. We only have one clock? That's unacceptable. I missed the old clock. The, what do they call it? Like the satellite clock thing? Or, I forget. 139. We're estimating delta at 2, basically 0300. Yeah, we're fighting a pretty good headwind. Alright, so we got a little bit of time. We're good still. We're good still. Let's go back to settings. Sonimum, so far so good, man. So far so good. We come to aircraft. I link Captain and FO. Ooh, aircraft weathering. I haven't messed with that yet. We have a noise canceling option. Turn that on if you don't want to hear it. I kind of like it off and just adjust my volume as associated. We have our own volume controls. I've got everything maxed up right here. I guess I can turn environmental down a little bit. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn environmental down just a hair. I'll leave master volume as is. Third party and then simulation. AFK mode, no. Pause at TOD, no. Auto step climb, no. Performance mode on. That's what I have. I have performance mode on. I'm afraid. What if I turn performance mode off? Will that give me the? Will that give me the electronics bay, Josh? You have to forgive me, man. I've been flying the full cabin version, Josh. So I haven't. This is literally, I think maybe my second flight without the full cabin version. Go figure. It's the one that we're going live with. I just couldn't load into the full cabin. I don't think I was giving it enough time. But I want to get the electronics bay back. I wonder if that would turn it back on. The av bay is part of the cabin model. Oh, okay. All right. No worries. We will do the cabin model later today because it is a highly detailed cabin, y'all. I mean, it looks nice. Ooh, all right. Let's go ahead and turn you down. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Trying to think where we should put the camera. Keep it there. What kind of Thailand tunes do we have? Mr. Martini, I am using the Moza, correct. Performance mode hides stuff like the gear bay. I gotcha, I gotcha. AJ is hiding in the avionics bay like a rat. Could we test Autoland and ROPS in the next stream? Yes, Lazeros, that's a good one. I'm gonna make a poll here real quick. Let me get up some beats here real quick. Let me. Nope, I don't want that. That was from when we got intercepted. This is a good playlist. We'll start here. Oh, commercial time in the bank angle. All right, so I need to make a poll of what we need to do. We have two options. We can either do the return as a turnaround state right now. I really want to do Kai-Tech new build, so maybe tomorrow we should do the auto land test and all that. Because if we go back to Kathmandu on this flight, it'll be much quicker because we'll have a 100-knot tailwind. So we could do the return, and then this evening I'd kind of like to do a Kai-Tech. What if we depart Kathmandu at early morning at like 2, 3, 4 a.m. and then fly into Kai-Tech on sunrise? Not sure how we're gonna do that. Maybe we do Kai-Tech a different day. I really would like to do that Cathay livery. A350 from Pero to Kai-Tech. Well, we could go. We could go from. We could go from I was gonna say go from Skardu to Pero, but I don't know if we'd be able to get a 350 1000 off of Pero, man. Similar to Drames, do you think Airbus will eventually update the EFIS and FCU on older jets? That I don't know, Nash. If they do, it's gonna have to be on the new ones, I think. I don't know if it would be cost effective to change those for old, like retrofit, but who knows, man. It's all gonna be whatever the shareholders want. Protecting shareholder value. But I could see it happening in the future, where like all new future Neos coming out are going to have this FCU, EFIS FCU. Manila to Kai Tech. Well, Red Elephant. I really want a Fiji livery. We were going to do Fiji and New Zealand tomorrow. So that's what we were going to do. We have 747 viewers. About a 7.4. Aviator channel, not yet. Tomorrow, my man. Tomorrow is the slated release date of this bird. We have a little bit of a late start because we were going to depart Kathmandu pretty much at night and then fly into the sunrise. Too bad Hawaiian doesn't. I know. Andy Boyce, where's A-Rod at? Tell them they need to get Hawaiian needs to get some 350s. A Hawaiian livery on the 350 would look epic. Absolutely epic. I mean, someone needs to make a Hawaiian fictional livery. What's up, Josh? No, dude. We had 3,000 live on the 2024 release day. We had 3,000 live, or just under 3,000 at one time, dude. That was the record. It was wild. I think if we had gone on time, we might have had better, closer records, but I think that one will be hard to beat. Somebody's flying to Skardu in a 380. That'll be interesting. Hawaiian got 787s cheaper, so the 10 million's cheaper each. Wow. Wow, that is crazy. Delta has become an Airbus fanboy. Pretty much, I mean, the thing is, dude, a lot of airlines are but no one's getting birds right now. So I had a buddy of mine sent me some information about the state of airline hiring right now in the U.S. Southwest is not hiring until 2025, 2020, or until 2026. Delta's only hiring about 500 this year, almost all of which already have class dates, or they've already hired those pilots. They've slowed way down. United is slowed down. American is, I didn't get info on that one, but it's because no one can get airplanes right now. So between the Boeing issues, the Pratt & Whitney issues with the Airbus, no one's getting birds. So everything is slowed down for sure. Please try the Lufthansa livery with the new Algiers cabin. I'll have to see. The other livery, I like the Singapore livery, and I like the Cathay, man. And the Emirates, it looks good, too. I feel like Southwest is keeping Boeing going at this point. They pretty much are, Matty K. You're pretty much spot on with that. A little bit of an engine wobble out there right now. Does the iniBuilds 350 have built-in checklist? It does. Let's take a look at it right now since we got some time. If I remember how to do it, I'm going to go ahead and flip you back to there, and then we're going to bring up the checklist. Give me a second to remember where it is now. Don't do it. Don't use the checklist menu. Don't abort. Don't open it. Okay, why not? We're aborting. We're aborting. I won't do it. Abort. Abort. Check. Okay. Back to normal. Did someone have a WASM crash with it? I had it fine work. It was fine. There's a crash we fixed, but not on your version. Copy that, Josh. Gustav, God double dare you. All right. Not doing it now. Be a man. Just do it. I mean, it was working fine initially. What's crazy to me, Josh, is I didn't have a single hiccup with any of the builds until the last one that I installed. I was like, should I install it before the stream? And I did. I was being a good boy. I was following directions. And sure enough, man. But the last version to me was the best version. I was using the checklist function. I was having no issues. I'm scared to try it now. There's about 10 people in a voice chat right now looking at that, especially what Captain had. Interesting. Well, what's crazy, too, is that I guess he got out of Atlanta, right, and it seemed to work fine. Maybe it's something funky with Atlanta. Would you, Josh, do you think that maybe I'm just not giving it enough time to load the cabin version? Because what happens is the sim doesn't freeze or doesn't crash, but when I try to load up the cabin version, it just kind of sits there, and it'll load the fuselage. Like I can see the fuselage loading on the ramp in 2024, but then it just kind of sits there. It doesn't lock up because I can hit escape and go back to the main menu, try again. But then when I load the no cabin version, it just loads right up. But I don't know if maybe I just didn't give it enough time. Is it the livery? Ooh, you know what? Maybe I should have tried a different livery. You know what, Josh? You might be onto something. I didn't attempt a different livery. So maybe it could be something conflicting with the livery. You might be onto something. I'll have to check. I'll do it on the next stream. We're just going to keep with this one for now since everything is running nice and smooth. We'll depart out of Skardu, which is, I've never taken off out of there. We're going to do it together. It's all visual. We're going to be hand flying it out through the valley. We basically do a reverse pattern as our arrival, except we don't go through the same box canyon at the end. We have to kind of go out further to the north. But then tonight, or this evening rather, I will try to set up an A350 evening stream with the 1000 in the cabin. Fiji to New Zealand with the Fiji? Yeah, as soon as we get a Fiji livery. I like the Fiji livery, man. But the last I checked, I don't believe we had a Fiji livery. I don't think it's shipping with a Fiji. Or the last I checked, I didn't see one. So we definitely will do some Fiji flying. I like that Fiji livery. Thrust set, good to see you, my man. I'm having fun with it, Thrust set. It's going to, look at that turbulence out there. It does such a good job at just absorbing it at the wing. This is going to be the long hauler of choice. I mean, this is our first wide body long haul airplane in 2024, and I'm excited for it. I am excited for it. Look at that. Oh yeah, we're going to turn the seatbelt sign back on. Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on. Return to your seats, please. As we get closer to the terrain, it's only going to get more spicy. Ah, Fiji is still in the paint shop. All right. So it's in the paint shop. Just a reminder, the 1000 could do a max takeoff, weight followed by an engine out, do a full Cat 3 at max takeoff, single engine. There's one flying daily at a DFW. Who is it, Gus? Is it the Qatar? I really like the Qatar livery too, man. So when we get the 900 ULR, your first stream will be Sydney to London. There was an airline, I can't remember. No, I think it was Qantas. Does Qantas do JFK to Sydney? I mentioned this before on stream. We were flying, I think we're just doing Dallas, Miami. But we were over the Tampa area, and I had heard two separate controllers ask, I want to say it was Qantas, ask them where they were going. And the first time I was like, it didn't faze me. But then on the second controller, she asked them. She's like, Qantas, whatever it was, where are you going? And it's Sydney. Or I can't remember where they said. And she's like, wow, that is a really long flight. It was like one of the longest flights out there. Maybe they were going to Auckland, maybe? Would they go JFK Auckland? I think he said he was going to Auckland. But that would be insane. I mean, you know it's a long flight when you have two separate controllers asking where they're going. Air New Zealand. Maybe it was Air New Zealand. I can't remember if it was Air New Zealand or Qantas, but I know they were going to that part of the globe, and I know they left JFK. So they either flew to Australia or they flew to New Zealand, and they left JFK, and everybody was impressed with how long the flight was. I mean, that's got to be, what is that, 18 hours, man? Jeez. I flew Qantas from Houston to Sydney, and that was 18. Goodness, Nabil. We did Sydney to LA, and that was an 18-hour stream. But it's like, what, a 15-hour flight? Wow, yeah, we're getting beat up here. Oh, we're catching somebody. Look, we're catching somebody. Somebody's got their cons down there. We have anybody on TCAS? I don't see anybody. Is there a TCAS below? So here's our TCAS panel. TA only. We got TCAS below. Man, we're bucking an 86 knot headwind though. I think we passed them. Whoever was conning below us, I think we just passed him. Yeah, he's back there now. Maybe it's that 330. That might have been Zippy. ID on the EFIS is the traffic. Oh. Yeah, thank you, man. There we go. Yeah, that's Virgin. We're closing in on Virgin. Poor Virgin can't do 8.5 Mach. Sorry, buddy. Hey, Virgin, what's your max Mach? Not.
I can do 8.5, but I'm at 7.8 for turbulence 10 speed.
That's a shame you don't have a 350 wing out there. Let's see if we can't spot him here as we get a little bit closer.
My computer's working.
What did he say? Did he say his computers are working? Yeah, we are getting chopped though, but we are. What is the turbulence penetration speed at 400? Can we go up? Optimum 41. Let's go up to 41. Let's climb up to 41. I know we got 2,000 foot separation, but optimum 413, we might as well go up there. Up we go. Why not? Serve traffic switching, I think, will allow you to interrogate. I can interrogate him. I feel like I'm playing with things I shouldn't be playing with, Josh. Wow, we have two system, two transponders. Oh, that makes sense. Traffic display. There he is. Virgin 95. He's 2,500 feet below us, 7 miles, 311 bearing. That's cool. So we can do that on the McDo and the with our ATSAW, whatever it is, on the 320 series. But yeah, this is much more fancy. We got an auto new cruise altitude at 41,000 feet. Very cool. Put you back on my climb page or my perf page there. Hope maybe 42 would be a little bit smoother. No, it's not. Hey Virgin, how the rides down there at what you at 38?
Level 380. It's bumpy, so I'll do that.
All right, we might hang out here a little bit longer. We might have to come back down. We're getting some moderate turbulence at 42.
Well, if you want to overtake me anyway, because I haven't landed here before, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, so I'm going to probably cheat easy.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, we should be over the top of you here in about 5 minutes. All right, here's your interview question, chat. You're 7 miles from Virgin 95 Heavy. You're doing Mach 8.5. The wind is 289 at 83. What is the closure, and how long till you overtake the traffic? I swear this was an interview question I had when I was interviewing for Pacific Wings. They flew Caravans in Hawaii. Needless to say, I didn't get the job. But, yeah, that was the most unprepared interview I'd ever been to in my life. Which, it sounds bad, but I was prepared. I just was not prepared for what they had. I didn't know. I didn't, on any of the gouges that I had, none of them said, oh, you're going to take a 50-question ATP written test. So I studied everything else. And, like, I studied all the systems. I was expecting all kinds of other stuff. Weather, had it all freaking nailed in. Then the first thing they do, we sit down. So I flew in. The only time I've ever been to Albuquerque Airport, I flew into Albuquerque. And they meet us, I forget where, we met somewhere down by one of the Pacific Wings areas. They had like one gate there in Albuquerque. Or not even a gate. They just had a little spot where they fly their Caravans out of. And, hold on. Let me go over here. Try this. Where's my... Go back. Messing up my jazz. The first thing they did, it's like, all right, here you go. Welcome to the interview. Here's your ATP question, and it's timed. You got 10, I think it was 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes, 50 questions, straight out of the ATP written. Questions just like that. There was the one question I specifically remember. It was, you're departing DFW at 10 a.m. local or something. Your average speed is going to be this. Then they gave you the winds aloft. You were supposed to calculate your tasks, calculate another traffic that took off an hour in front of you, and said if you would overtake them, and if you did, how far you have to fly to overtake them, or something completely wild like that. And I remember looking at that question, and I started to do it, and about 2 minutes in, I think I just selected one of the answers. And of course, all the answers are close to each other. It wasn't like the original, or like how in the real ATP exam, they give you most of the time one answer that's not related. So you'll have like, oh, it's 7 minutes 50 seconds, 6 minutes and 13 seconds, 6 minutes and 58 seconds, and then 1 hour. So you can eliminate the 1 hour one, but it's kind of close. And there was no like obvious wrong ones. They were all within seconds of each other. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just picked one. And then I realized that I wasted 3 minutes of the test and I had 49 more questions to go. So I just started selecting answers. Did not get past the first phase. They're like, they called us. So after the time was up, we all handed in our papers, and I could see guys like writing stuff down. You could use an E6B. You could use an E6B, guys. You could use an E6B, not a calculator, but you could use an E6B. Well, I guess it is a calculator, but not a battery-powered calculator. And I could see guys like feverishly writing down and like doing math and stuff. I'm like, yeah, this is out of my ballpark, Chad. V1 has left the interview, Chad. They called everybody into the next room, and then me and like 4 other guys got dismissed right away. I'm like, okay, back on my Southwest flight home. Glad I flew all the way out here just to bomb the interview in the first step. 10 minutes for 50 questions. Yeah, and the purpose, Jeremy, was they knew you weren't going to answer them all. As part of the strategy. It might have been like 15 minutes. It was definitely less than 20. It was not enough time to do the whole thing unless you knew the answers. I think that might have been part of their interviewing process. I don't know. All I know is I think I answered maybe 15 of the questions, and that was it. I bet Barry Seal could finish the test in 5 minutes. Probably, Flight Sim guy. Probably. All right, so I'm going to pull out my Scardo approach on my actual iPad, because as we are getting closer here, we're only about 55 minutes from landing. And this is a hardcore situation. So, BIREB. I remember what we crossed BIREB at. I think the lowest at BIREB is 21.5 if it's VFR, straight VFR. Yeah, 21.5 is the altitude for BIREB. So I'm going to see if I can put it in the box without getting a crash. I'm going to bring you back over here. I'm going to scroll down. We're going to select BIREB.
And 357, what's your ETA to Kilo November Golf?
Stand by. I just started entering something in the box here. And we're going to select 21,000. We'll just go straight flight level 210. And we'll insert you. Now what's going to happen, we're going to go offset, and we're going to select runway 32. We're going to insert you so we get the center line fix. Perfect. Put you back. He wanted to know what? Currently estimating Kilo November Golf in 12 minutes. I don't want to tell him my sim time because our sim times are probably off. So we're going to cross it at 19. It's 18, so 11 minutes. Oh, there he is. I see him off the nose. Yeah, we see you off the nose now. We're about a half mile, maybe a mile behind you.
Well, it's just for spacing. I'm going to drop back a little bit more on my speed just so we can get some spacing for the arrival.
Sounds good, man. And just for your planning purposes, if you cross BIREB at 21,000, then you want to fly overfly the field at 17.5, and then from there it's dive and drive all the way in.
Roger, BIREB 21,000 down. Can I just use the VOR at the field to get the dive and drive?
Yeah, you can use a VOR. The procedure technically says Sierra Delta. There's an NDB right on the field, Sierra Delta, and that one is, if you cross that at 17,000, you're going to be on the high side. You can cross it anywhere between 17 and like 15,000.
Sierra Delta, San Am. Alright, I'll mark that 17,000, then I'll dive and drive with you.
Sounds good, man. Yep. And we're going to slow down significantly, too, so we can meet the restraints. So I think we'll be inside of BIREB. We'll probably be doing VLS or just above it.
Roger. We're down to green dot speed now, so we should be shooting past.
Roger, that sounds good, man. Aviation Blaze, thank you for the 28 months of support as we overtake this slow 330 down there below us. Matter of fact, turbulence is fake, right? Let's juice it up. 8.7 Mach. Let's go. Let's see if we can't juice over the nose here. I should try to airdrop him something. Full-time streamer, part-time pilot, Mr. Saturday. That's me. Welcome to V1 Nation. I feel the need for speed. Aviation Blaze, though, 28 months. What's that? 20, 36. You're closing in, man. You're closing in on the new set of wings, Aviation Blaze. Thanks for all your support, man. I know you've been around the channel a long time. Here we go. Overtake. John Call. I'll ask you on the ground. I don't want to pause it. Pretty sure I'm using realistic, man. I'm pretty sure I've left it at realistic since I updated to 24. The only time the realistic turbulence seemed excessive was when we were in career mode flying the 172 and the Caravan. Other than that, realistic turbulence really hasn't been an issue in 24 for me. I think Fenix recommends medium, but I can tell you for a fact I know I'm not at light or low turbulence, so it's either medium or realistic is what I'm using. Oh, look how blurry my orthos are. Those look so good, Turk. Chicago Pilot, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. I appreciate you. In 2025 hiring outlook, your buddy shared. Is there something we can find online? I hope 26 will have pent up demand. Chicago Pilot, thanks for the $5 super chat. Let me read off what he said. So it's nothing online. So he went to a one of the last conferences for hiring. I don't think it was Women in Aviation. I can't remember. But let me read it out to you, man. So I'm not. He posted a big old thing. Let me see if I can find it. I'll read it out to you. Okay, so here we go. I'll read the whole thing. Because if you're a line pilot or maybe someone at the regional level looking for hiring, so here we go. It was at NGPA, so this was the National Gay Pilots Association event. 2025 airline updates. This is his observation, and it's all subject to change, right, by 5 p.m. today, or if Boeing or Airbus get their planes moving out the door. That was the big deal. American Airlines, you must have turbine PIC or you're not getting hired. No min turbine PIC was provided. Competitive times are 2,500 to 3,000 total, with 1,000 plus turbine and some, in quotes, turbine PIC. Delta is hiring 500 pilots this year. All of those have, for the most part, already been given a CJO, which is a conditional job offer. No classes this summer. We'll resume classes in October-ish. Competitive mins is 3,000 plus total, some turbine PIC, 1,000 turbine, 4-year degree, extensive volunteer work, or line check airman, Part 121 for 6 months after receiving a line check airman FAA sign-off in lieu of volunteering. So you either got to be a line check airman or a community service member. United, hiring only Aviate and SkyWest Pathway pilots, or you need anywhere from 4,000 to 10,000 total time, and turbine PIC is mandatory. This would be all those that jump ship to an LCC. 4-year degree is preferred. Sun Country, unrestricted ATP, unless with a partner school, 300-ish, Part 121 turbine. Rumors of opening a new base in the very near future. Rumor mill says they might open a base somewhere in Florida. Looking at the regional airline hiring outlook, PSA, Envoy, Piedmont hiring only. I don't know what you're talking about. Hiring only DEC and cadets till April. Starting interviews in March for non-cadets. Expect classes after April for those non-cadets. Commute Air and Republic, GoJet Frontier, he didn't talk to. Endeavoring is hiring DECs and I don't know what DECs are. and cadets only. SkyWest only hiring folks who have signed the contract first. Currently, they have enough signed contracts to fill classes for 3 years. First available date for new hire FO at SkyWest is November of 2025. Southwest not hiring till late 2026 or early 2027. Average wait time for standby at M&G with AA, American Airlines, up to 5 hours. United was 3.5 hours. Delta was a 15-minute wait to talk to. Then he goes into some more information. American chose 2 people. One was an F-18 guy. One was a Spirit pilot on furlough. They were the only 2 people that they interviewed. Alaska and Hawaiian hope to open their apps up in about 6 months this summer. They paused it while working through merger stuff. Atlas gave up the Amazon contract, doing away with all 737s. And those pilots going to the 777 and 74, pausing hiring till transition complete. He didn't talk to Allegiant, Breeze, Avelo, or Mesa. Or no, Allegiant, Breeze, Avelo, and Mesa did not attend. So there you go, man. I know that was a long ramble off, but for those of you that information is important, you're welcome. I know some of y'all don't care about it, but it is good to get the inside scoop when you can. So that was from the latest NGPA 2025 conference. I am under fire? Why am I under fire, man? DEC is direct entry captain. All right, cool. Thank you. Did not know that. Is the industry slowing down? Captain Simp, it is mostly due to what's been going on with the Airbus and Boeing, man. If they can't get airplanes, then things slow down. But I would say the massive grind is pretty much, I think we're past the worst of it, like A-Rod says. I think we're past the biggest slowdown, and now it's going to start picking back up. But it really just, and like they said, that's subject to change, right? If Airbus and Boeing can start pumping airplanes out, then I think things will even be accelerated. But it's aviation, man. Nothing is guaranteed other than it's always changing. With ATC shortage in planes and part shortages, should they just start flying fewer flights on wide bodies? I don't know what that cons. Dev, it's all about the money. Whatever's going to be the most cost effective is what they're going to do. So I don't think we have the saturation to fly wide bodies domestically a lot. I mean, I know there's a few routes. Atlanta, or for instance, Delta flies the Salt Lake to Atlanta route on a 350. U.S. Airways used to fly into Orlando from Philly, and I think another place on the 330 seasonally. There is some wide-body transcon, L.A., New York, things like that. But in general, I don't know if it's really there. Most recently, the issue with Southwest is they can't fill their 737, so they want something smaller. That's why I think if there's ever going to be a merger with Southwest, I don't think it's people are like, well, they're going to buy JetBlue. They're not. I don't think they're buying anybody right now. But I could see, this is my completely no information to back up, I could see Southwest and Breeze coming together, because you'll have regional-like jets with Breeze. They're a small enough company, and you can get into a diverse fleet, get out of the Boeing with the issues with Southwest. So that would be my next merger speculation. I have no idea if it's going to come true or not, but I could see Southwest and Breeze getting it on. The 777-200 was like that and was a failure. Uh-oh. They're doing the domestic stuff. 777 non-ER. Breeze plus Southwest merger confirmed by V1 leak. As an amateur, what's the difference between glide slope and glide path? Very good question, Martin. And even the most advanced pilots, they use those terms interchangeably. They're not interchangeable. I've even been guilty of it myself. A glide slope can only be from one thing, and that thing is a ground-based navigational aid. So a glide slope is going to be on an ILS. A glide path is an FMS or a GNSS predicted vertical path. So a glide path is, just think GPS broad term. Glide slope is a ground-based vertical path. So Really, you should only be saying... I think MLS has a glide slope too, technically. MLS has a glide slope. I don't like that song, Beat Drop. It's a little bit too aggressive. Oh man, look at the man. We might not be VFR. We might... Chat, I never thought of this. What if we can't get in VFR? We might be hosed. I hope these clouds break out here a little bit. Well, let's go direct to... What's after Atlas? Let's straighten this line out. We're not going to fly all the way to Caglo. What's after Caglo? We're going to go direct Bungie. So we're going to click on Bungie. From PPAWS direct insert. That'll help us out a little bit here. And traffic going to Skardu. This Thai 357 Heavy. We've just modified our flight plan a little bit. We're going to go direct to Bungie. Currently estimating Bravo Uniform November Gulf India in what's that? 26 minutes. Just to give him a heads up. I'm going to go direct. That's going to get us out of that headwind a little bit. And the reason I want to go to Bungie is so we don't have to do a hold at Delta. Because we have to come in from the right, a proper angle for this approach. If you don't come in on the proper angle, you have to do a hold over BIREB to be established inbound before you descend. We might be hosed on this, though. I've never... We have to see that. We have to be visual. It's a visual only procedure. Could be real spicy. I'm just excited that I know there's a lot more people in that watch this video because it's 350 pre-release, but there's a lot of people here that have never seen the offset approach. This is probably my favorite approach in all of Flight Sim. I mean, Kitech is great, Para is great. There's some others that are more challenging, but this approach visually is the most stunning approach I think I've done. You are in some of the highest mountains of the world. You are committed to land in an extremely far out point, and you have to do a fully configured circle inside of a box canyon. Like, it is wild. It is wild. Can you show night exterior lighting? Flyco, stick around for leg 3 today. We're going to do a night flight in the A350 1000 after this stream concludes. Look above me. Is there someone above us? I don't see anybody. Man, the Sim Update 1 clouds, though, look way better. Come on now, because remember I would always say that in the non-Sim Update 1 beta, you would still get 20/20 clouds when it was heavy overcast. This is heavy overcast, and it is not 20/20 clouds. This, chat, is real life. Come on now, look at this. Look at this. This is real life. I had a typo in my flight plan. I was going to the wrong airport. Key 6. That's a big typo, Key 6. To my left. Somebody else to my left. Oh, look, there's another tie. Look, look, look. Let's go with aft wing view. Okay, that's sick. Is that Key 6 going to the wrong airport? All right, Sim Update 1 beta is where it's at, y'all. The Kool-Aid is real next to you. I have an emoji for you. I have an emoji for you next to you if you want the Kool-Aid emoji. Oh, yeah. Hit the like button if you remember the Kool-Aid commercials. Oh, yeah. Is it easy to switch to Sim Update 1 beta? Flight Sim Guy, it is. If you are on the store version, which I am on, what you need to do is download, I just Googled Xbox Insider app. So I downloaded that, took 2 seconds, and then you select previews, because it'll be synced up to your Xbox app since you bought it on Windows Store. You select previews, and then you select 2024 beta, and you select the beta. Then you launch your regular Xbox app where you normally launch the sim from, and it will say update available. I believe you have to do a restart though. So after you get into the Xbox Insider app installed and you select beta, do a restart. of your PC, and then when you launch the Xbox app, it should be there to update. It's a 10 gig update. It downloaded in about 5 minutes. Is he coming towards us? He is. Is that a 380? Look at that wing flex out there. Come on, y'all. In Steam, yeah, Steam I heard is a lot easier to do the beta. I don't have Steam though, so that's why I'm explaining it on that. I Murdo-Faka, I want to put a little, like, for everyone that thinks there's going to be some massive VRAM fix, color me in the minority on this one, because I think that, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be some magical fix about VRAM. What I think is going to happen is there might be some increased optimizations, which might inherently reduce VRAM usage. But it is of my opinion that if you try to run 2K or 4K in ultra settings, I don't think it's going to be very easy to do with 16 gigabytes of VRAM or less. I just don't think it's going to... maybe it's the pessimism in me. Now, I think there will be some optimizations, sure. But I just can't see them going from a sim where I'm regularly using 22 gigs of VRAM. Regularly. And now, granted, I'm in 2K and I'm on mostly ultra settings, right? So I understand that. I'm just trying to say, if you want to have a comparable ultra settings in 2K or greater, I don't know what kind of VRAM fix you can get to go from, 22 gigs of VRAM use to 10, But I do hope and I do believe in optimization, and it will be welcomed, for sure. What model matching? Not AIG, whatever the other one is. FSLTL. I can't even play 1080p without frame gen. It's not bad. What card are you using, man? Are you using try medium settings, auto FPS, what everybody should be running should be auto FPS. Everybody should be running auto FPS, no matter how good your card is. I'm gonna start running it when I can figure it out. I know Mr. Saturday put the instructions for boomers for me in the Discord, so I'm gonna run it. I just didn't have time to set it up for this stream, and plus I kind of wanted to keep all things neutral as I changed up to the beta. I didn't want to create any more issues. But yeah, you should be running auto FPS. That is a huge help, because on the ground you don't need anything more than a 50 LOD. Anything more than a 50 LOD is just a waste of performance. So running auto FPS or auto LOD. I don't like auto FPS. I like auto LOD because I don't want something trying to match FPS for me. I just want a smooth experience, and I want to tell it when to go heavy on the usage of the VRAM and stuff for assets. So that's why auto LOD is what I think is what everybody should be running. Does auto FPS do anything with stutters? It can help it, Matty K. It can definitely help. If you haven't tried it, I highly suggest you try it. I used it. It was the holy grail for me in 2020 when Fractality came out with his dynamic LOD mod before auto FPS. If you're in 2020, you should be using dynamic LOD. I haven't got too much into the auto FPS thing yet. But the 2020 dynamic LOD was a holy grail for me, because I would set different altitudes at which it would display the terrain, and it made stutters on the ground go away combined with frame gen. It was amazing. Bad news, the Scardu weather is full IMC. Fly to live. How IMC is it? What are we talking about ceilings wise? We're going to start down here soon. Here's Key 6. Here's Key 6 going off to the wrong airport. Kyle Lewis. Yeah, Dynamic LED is still available in 24. It's on the Auto FPS app, though, right? And you can turn that part off, which I can see now. I just still haven't. It just seems harder to use than dynamic LOD. Man, this is incredible. Oh no, completely separate, Kyle? Just as it was in 2020, really? Alright, I might have to find you in my DMs. How many open DMs do I have? I can't remember. Last I checked. Let me see how many I have. Right now I currently have, I can't load on my phone. I think I'm getting close to 500. Oh, it's up there. It's way up there, man. I'm already on my phone too much as it is, and I don't know why. It bothers me when my kids see me on my phone. So like when I'm home, I try not to be on my phone in front of them. And it's just my own. I mean, and sometimes it's unavoidable, but I mean, I like being in the Discord and you know, keeping up with the Discord and the banter, especially on like football Sundays and stuff. But it just bothers me when I'm on my phone in front of my kids. So like I try not to, and if I go down the DM rabbit hole, I will always be on my phone. So I don't want to. Nabil says, oh, what realism are you looking for? Rainier, tomorrow is the alleged release date. Tomorrow. I use auto FPS with my 3060 Ti 1440p max with some high settings, 100 to 400 TLOD with auto LOD, and I get anywhere from 60 to 120 FPS. Now that's pretty epic, Zach. So there you go. You can dial it in. You can dial it in with auto FPS. This is the first time we've ever been to Skardu when we've been in some IMC. This is going to be a problem. I can tell you right now, chat. I'm getting a little nervous. Look at that terrain down there. Oh, but the ortho is so blurry in 2024. I saw Swiss Double entitled A350 Insane Realism. Had a good laugh about it. Why is it not insane realism? I think this is insane realism. This is insane realism right here, man. Fly to live, yeah. Wait, are you in the 7.4, dude? If you're in the 7.4 Classic, you might have issues. We've got fancy terrain. AJ, what's going on, man? You've been quiet today, AJ. Fly to live says I may divert or cheat using the map. Dougal McTavish, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful day, Dougal. Dougal. Swiss 001 wouldn't know realism if it smacked him in the face. Oh my gosh. I wonder if he's going to be at Expo. I'd like to meet him in real life because I get a kick out of he's one of those guys where like I can't really tell if he's 100% doing dry sarcasm or he's 100% just being like who he is. Some of the stuff he says is pretty funny, I gotta admit. So he's one of those people I'd like to meet in person. But some of his dry sarcasm is... So I think I watched his... the last video I watched of Swiss 001 was he was flying FSX, I think? Like the old school FSX. Man, some of the stuff he had to say about the... was the Captain Sim 7.5. It was funny, man. Swiss is a walking ad for Adderall. And well, that's the other thing. Is he always that hyped up, or is that just his YouTube personality, right? Because you never know until you meet someone. Because that might just be his YouTube persona. I get stutters only in JFK and Boston, but those are too juicy to not fly into on VATSIM with the iniBuilds scenery. I hear you, Matty K. Kip on the ground, what's up, man? How are the 350 instrument camera presets, shift 1 through shift 0? Oh, I've unbound all those, Kip, man. Sorry, dude. I have my own bindings I do. I just bind my keys to move the camera around, and then I save presets, so I can just move around and set up the preset views. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool view right there. Same with the cockpit. Like I have already pre-bound, but I use those commands. I use those commands to. I think I use Shift 147 and 236 to save the view. Sorry, man. But it's good to see you here, man. Dude, I was watching actually. I don't know how I stumbled on your channel. You were flying. You were flying in that career. It's not career mode, but it's like a third-party career program thing, which was pretty cool. So, actually piqued my interest. Like On Air, I think On Air company, On Air manager. I might be coming to FS Expo, just trying to decide if I want to fly to Boston, stay with a friend, and then take a train to FS Expo for one day or so. Ooh, you should do it, Ultra Swift. Man, it's really choppy. We might start down a little bit early here to see if we can get out of some of this chop. I bought a 79 XDX because of you. 480 sufferer like you, show me now. Sorry, dude, listen. 7900 XDX has been going strong, kid. Going strong. I'm not even using frame gen right now, and I'm staying steady at 50 FPS, mostly everything on ultra. I think I have stuff on high, some things on high. But this is the cabin-less version. But it's... The 7900 XTX has been solid, man. Especially for streaming. I don't know if you have a streaming PC, but for us streamers, man, you got to have that. It just whenever we go live, it's just basically take 10 FPS off of whatever you have without streaming. I'm flying to Boston for the expo and taking the train. All right, Merc, sounds good. I think I don't know where I'm going to fly into. So I don't want to... It'll all depend if I have my beard or not. I feel like I should go to expo with a beard so I can be more incognito. I think Roscoe was saying he was going to pick me up, but that's kind of scary. I don't know if I'd get to the expo alive if Roscoe's driving. We'll see. Is XP72 going to expo? Jeremy, I think he is, man. I think he is. Frame Gen and DLSS are camo for crappy performance. Stoked to try out the XTX1 PC setup here. Nice, dude. Well, you're going to like it, man. And what I've found specifically on the 350, I feel like it's smoother without Frame Gen on in the 350 specifically, which may just be a placebo or something completely weird, but when I had in the pre-NDA lifting testing of the 350 in the cabin version, I would still hiccup when I would switch views. Like if I was aft wing view and I'd go all the way to the cockpit view, you'd get like that momentary, like one or two stutters, which is not a big deal when the camera's in transition as long as it's smooth when you're doing everything else. But when I turned Frame Gen off, it seemed like that went away. So, and right now this whole stream has been no Frame Gen. So I don't know, take that information for what you will. I mean, it's just what I've experienced. Everybody's rig's going to be a little bit different too, you know. Do we have weather radar on this thing? Where's Josh at? Oh, well, we don't really need weather radar. I mean, nothing is convective. It just is IMC. All right. Let's step down. Get out of some of this turbulence. Let's go ahead and select flight level 320. I'm going to resume manage speed. We're going to mock descent down here. Let's turn up the sim sounds a little bit. We'll finish this song, and then we'll really start prepping for the approach. Oh, it has a Zobo weather radar. Oh, cool. Good. That's right. I remember seeing that on the pre-release. I like that. I'm going to get a lot of shots for that, but I'm a big proponent of a Zobo weather radar. Over nothing. What's a VISR would be an option for a diversion? We don't divert here. Phytolift, come on now. Barry Seal has taught you better than that, right? Alright, I actually don't like this song, so let's end this song and let's just go to work. Alright, You're Dead to Me music. Sim sounds coming up. 50. It is turbulence in here, though. Alright, let's go to the approach. I'm going to go ahead and clear info there. We'll clear that out. Alright, so for OPSED, the problem is there's nowhere to get weather data for this airport. Let me pull up my iPad, my real-world EFB here. Let me see if I can get some report from there. Unless, if you have a report from opposite in the chat, let me know. Let me see if I can't. Right now, weather, nothing available, nothing available. So there's nothing available for this airport as far as weather. I'm going to have to rely on you, chat. There's 800 of you in there. Someone get a close to OPSD airport weather report if you can. What I am going to do, though, is... I guess we'll do this on the first offshore side since it's already here. We're doing the approach. I'm going to set a barrow minimum. The field is 7,300 feet. I'm going to set a 7,800 foot alert for the autopilot. That's basically, we should hit 7,800 feet when we're rounding the final turn. OAT, we don't know yet. We don't know any of the wind. I'm going to just zero out the winds. That's not going to take, is it? Go back. Zero at the 0. I'm going to zero out the winds because I don't know what they are. They're typically not very strong all the way down there. No meteor or TAF. That's what I thought, Kyle. I'm going to say outside air temp is probably going to be... The last time I was there, it was -1. So let's just set 1C, 'cause it's a little bit later. QNH, we do not know yet. We'll set a standard QNH because we don't have the information yet. So we've got our data set. I'm going to zoom in here on the plan. Winds calm, 1024 is the... Oh, cool. And -6. Even better. All right, thank you, guys. So I don't know where you found those, but appreciate you. So 1024 on the QNH. We do that. And it's -6, so a little bit colder. All right, beautiful. Winds are calm. We have a barrel ref for autopilot alert, 7,800 feet. Transition level is 5,000, which I don't think that's right, but I've been practicing with it that way anyway, so I'm just going to leave it. So let's brief this. There is a Skardu landing document available on Google. Just type Skardu landing procedures, and it'll bring you to the real world PDF file. It's 47 pages long, and it gives you some rough ideas. Now, we've done it here enough on the channel where I've got enough experience where I think we can wing it. Famous last words. But our plan, as we descend into here, we're going to go bunt, then delta. The reason we're going to go this way is we need to get on this heading inbound because there's some really high terrain here as we get closer to BIREB. So we have to be on this track inbound to BIREB. If I went direct to BIREB right now, we'd have to do a procedure turn and then descend to be able to get in on the proper track. We're going to then fly over BIREB. We're going to cross over the field, which is actually going to be the NDB, Sierra Delta NDB. We'll put NDBs up on there. There it is, SD. We're going to fly over Sierra Delta NDB, and we want to cross over that anywhere between 17 and 15,000 foot. Once we meet that threshold, it's then visual flying, heading mode, autopilot, up the valley, around the mountains, descending slowly until eventually joining up on a downwind. We'll be joining up on a left downwind for 3-2, and we will do a full circle in the box canyon for the 3-2 alignment. So I did not, in my test sector, I did not have to inhibit any GPWS, so we'll leave that on. Let's go ahead and turn terrain mode on, because that's definitely important. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here. We've got our terrain loading in. We have our vertical terrain down here. I'm going to turn on the vertical velocity indicator for this approach as well. No LS push buttons are required. There is no guidance down there at all, so pretty much all we have set up. Right now the stat is -58, so it's too cold for any ice, so we'll go ahead and just keep it. Engine anti-ice is off, but we are still getting bumped around here pretty good. Now we could also theoretically maybe hold if need be. We'll see. So what's crazy, and I just thought of this, So Sim Update 1 Beta allows you to unlink the weather from the time. And I think we are still doing real, so we are real weather, not real time, and at night, this is when it gets cloudy, and I'm pretty sure it's pitch black in Skardu right now at night, and I think that's when the clouds move in, and then in the daytime, they typically burn off. So we're actually getting, we're getting the real weather in the non-real time, which is cool that they unlinked those in Sim Update 1 Beta. How long does it take you to become familiar with this flight management computer? Luke Wallace, it's very similar to the 320 series. The biggest difference is just the way it looks. All of the data all the stuff that you do, direct twos, all of it is there and it's all written out the same. It just looks different. So if you're familiar with the 320, I think you're going to find yourself right at home after a handful of flights. It's not going to take you very long. It's just going to be the actual process of where do you find what would normally be a button that you press is now a click that you do on the screen, and it brings up the sub menu, and then you'll be able to see what you're looking for. So, Manny, I don't have one published yet, but what I'm doing is I'm using the 320 profile, but I knocked the spring tension down to 41%. That's the only thing I've adjusted. I've just made it a little bit softer on the inputs because it's very responsive, and to get those fine inputs, I've reduced the spring down. So I'm using the 320 profile with 41, 42-ish percent on the spring. Everything else is the same, Manny. Hopefully there's no swimming pools around, I know. Can we speed up? I have a meeting in 15 minutes. Well, Gus, we were doing 8.5 the whole way, my man. You're gonna have to either miss the meeting or miss the approach. What about the in-game EFB? Would it show the weather? Holden, I'm scared to turn on the EFB. I'll be more aggressive after we complete at least one flight. You know, after my experience this morning of having my own issues with the sim, I'm just happy that we're up and running. So I'm going to hang tight on that. Any additional stuff, because I've had the in-game EFB crash my sim before, completely unrelated to the 350, but just I've opened up the EFB app and it just crashed the sim. No error code, nothing. Just as soon as I hit tab, sim went to desktop. So I don't want to, no risky right now. I'm on a tight schedule. It's wife's birthday. Get this puppy on the ground. Dougal, I'm trying, my man. I'm trying, Dougal. We're about to make the turn at Delta. We're getting close, Dougal. We're only 13 minutes out. We are 13 minutes out, Dougal. So another thing we got to do is when we get down here, we have to slow down as well. Because if you come screaming in at 300 knots, you're going to be too high. You will not be able to manage the energy of the airplane. So all of our non-essential briefing items actually take place right now. Everything comes on. We're going to turn on our no mobile devices. Actually, we'll keep these in auto. No smoking. Seatbelt sign is on. I believe they actually get the lights. So I was reading this procedures. They do all of their normal descent checks prior to BIREB, because you are 100% focused on terrain avoidance and just flying the airplane inside of BIREB. So lights, everything else is done prior to BIREB. That is an amazing view outside, isn't it? CH, top of descent or 18,000 feet. Be a good time to turn the seatbelt signs on. Look at this. I'm not saying it. Oh, we already passed our TOD. 21. Down we go. Mock descent. I'm going to pull for open. Thrust idle, open descent. We got to try to catch up to it, and then we got to slow down. I'm a little bit late. We're already starting behind the 8 ball. Not good. Charles. Plot twist. V1 is actually streaming from the IRL plane. Exactly. I'm going to get a little bit of speed brake in here because I need to slow down too. We don't want to be crossing over BiRib at 330 knots if we can help it. I run TAA, Matt. TAA. The Swiss cheese has begun, Kyle. Exactly. Trying to hustle down here. We're below minus 50. Let's get our engine heats on. This is why you don't see, I'm already, you wouldn't be doing this in real life because you don't want to have these descent rates. I mean, we're not that far from the train. The 25-1, we're only 2,000 feet above some of these highest peaks. We're doing 4,000 feet a minute. That's less than 60 seconds to live. That's not a good way to live your life. All right, I see the vertical deviation coming up, so I'm going to start helping myself now by slowing down. Our Swiss cheese has already started, Chad. Yeah, we would already be considered unstable and probably be broke off the approach in real if this was real life. All right, sim sounds are coming up to juice levels. 70% audio check. You can see now why we got to be on this position in the BiRib. Alright, I'm going to get flight recorder ready for this as well. Flight recorder is ready. We'll record before we start the cross, or after we cross the Sierra Delta VOR. I'm not getting the warm and fuzzies on this. Where are we going, airplane? Where are we going? Redirect you. We're too fast, man. We're too fast. Not good as we go IMC. We are in grave danger. I don't feel safe. Look at that mountain right there, man. Alright, speed alt star. Good. Now we slow down, slow down. Don't speed up, don't speed up. We're coming all the way back. I'm going to select 180. I'm going to see what it'll give me here. Alright, we are selected speed. I can activate and confirm the approach phase. We'll get our lights on. We don't have to think about it. Alright, lights are set. There'll be manual braking on this, full flaps. There's speed out. BiRib at 21,000. Now don't pay attention to our vertical deviation because that's not where we're going. So this is where your vertical deviation will be incorrect. I'm going to set, let's split the difference. Let's call it 16,000. Need to slow up more, need to slow up more. Man, this is where all the juicy terrain is, but we can't see it because we're IMC. I've never done this IMC. Of course it's IMC today. Green dot has entered the chat. Alright, so we're BiRib, 2 miles out. Where did my terrain go? Losing my terrain on my peaks mode there. Alright, so there's BIREB. Vertical speed. 1,000. Now we're getting some turbulence here. Go over the mountains. Still got the speed brakes out. There's Skardu, so we're visual. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and extend flaps 1. We're below 210. Gosh, this is juice. All right, 180. We're looking good. Oh, see, can't do wing view. Let's go open descent. We got 4,000 feet to lose. We are 16 miles, 4812, so we're looking good. We're actually 180 indicated, but yeah, you got to be careful of your flap extension limitation here. No, we are not high on approach. We're looking good now. We're back on it. So we're going to overfly, and you got to go up, and you're going to split the mountains. We circle back. We do a 180 in the canyon and land. That is why this approach is the most epic approach in flight sim, in my opinion. Until someone comes up with another one. Top 3, definitely. Let's go ahead and extend flaps 2. Speed checks, flaps 2. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and help hustle myself down now as we're approaching 13 DME. At this point, I'm also going to take control of the heading right now. So heading is selected. We are open descent heading. That is what we want. We're going to overfly Sierra Delta, and it is all visual. Another reason why I said this approach is like, it might become our new standard aircraft release day test flight, because we did a tight R&P departure, and now we're completely visual. We're not following anything, but we have to test the handling characteristics of the airplane. So you want to cross SD anywhere between 17.5 and 15 thou. To stay ahead of it, I'm going to go ahead and set 15 because I think we're pretty stable here. So we'll go ahead and just keep trickling down. 15,000 is blue. I mean, look at that. Incredible. iniBuilds Ed, good to see you. How we doing so far? Man, we're doing good, man. So far, so good. I don't know how this landing is going to work out, but so far, so good. All right, we're flaps 2, 180, boards are out. I think we're going to be clear of icing conditions, so we can help our perf out by getting rid of the engine anti-ice. So as we get ready to level here, 1,000 feet to level off. Our route of flight, so you guys don't get confused, we're going to go straight out over here, around, and we're going to split. This is mountain 1, mountain 2, then there's a third one. We're going to split 2 and 3. So we come right around here, then we backtrack over the river. All right, we're leveling at 15,000 feet. We're looking good. Now the next altitude after we get an out is we're going to set 10,500. All right, vertical speed 600, 10,000 is fine. Let's increase vertical speed 1,200. We're looking good. Open. As long as we're 10,000 feet by the time we make the turn on the turn inbound, we'll be fine. We're not high. We're looking good, man. We're looking good. Creep over to the left a little bit. muscle up here just a hair. Now this is where it gets spicy. So you gotta keep driving. Gotta keep driving to this mountain. Set our baro at 10 at 13 here. 1024 is set. We're looking good. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Right about now. Crank and bank. Here we go. Bank, angle, check. I'm going to go ahead and start the recording. And I'm probably going to start hand flying it here sooner than later. We're going to level at 10,000 feet. After we make the next turn, we're going to descend to 1,000 above, which is going to be 8,300 feet. So we're looking good. Spoilers are stowed and armed. We're looking good. I'm going to actually hand fly this from here on out. So autopilot's coming off. Flight directors are coming off. Give me the bird. Bird's in chat. Speed mode is on. That's normal. I'm going to bug. What I say, 1,000 above. So it's 73, so 8,300 feet. 8,300 is bugged. Going to be roughly 10,000 feet here as we get ready to make this turn. Not this one. It's the next mountain. We got to go in between here. You see how? Look how nice she responds. It just feels nimble. She feels so much more nimble. All right, so I'm going to cheat a little bit to the right here, and then we're going to make a bank angle check to the left, right about. Now, here we go. Yank it in. Yank and bank. 10-4 for 10,000. We're looking good. It's hard to determine where I want to look. There's so much I want to see. Alright, we are looking good. 10,000 feet here as we go between these two mountains. Actually a little bit lower than normal. Normally I'd make that at about 10.5, so we're looking plenty good on the altitude. We are looking plenty good. So now from here, think of it as just a 45 to the downwind. So we're going to join in over the river. I'm going to keep trickling down to 1,000 above, which is going to be 8,300 feet. And we're going to join up on a 45 to the downwind for 3-2.
2,500.
At this point, I'm going to slow to 160, and we're going to configure flaps 3. Because we still have one more 180 to do, and it's spicy. Here's another pro tip. If you're following along this approach, don't just head for the runway right here. Hug the left side and join on a nice 45 degrees. Because if you're too far to the right, you're going to set yourself up for a tight spot on that full circle. So I actually fly away from the airport here almost, and then I join on a 45. Let's go ahead and extend flaps 3. Juice, here we go. Look at the flap shaking out there. That is so cool. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and roll it in. I'm getting a little bit higher. I'd like to be about 83. I'd like to be approaching that pattern altitude right about now. Keep coming down, keep coming down. And now we're joining 45. There's the altitude alert. So now we're 45 to the downwind, but don't get too caught up with the runway. What we want to do is get as close as we're comfortable with to the right side of the river now. Come to the right. Now I'm staying in selected speed for the 180 because if you go manage speed, you could trigger an alpha floor event. So we're joining the downwind now. Scardu traffic, tie 357 heavy on downwind now for 3-2. We're going to stay to the hug the right here. 85 to 8,300 feet. Don't want to be too low. I haven't had enough practice with it to figure out which altitude would be the best for the 350, but the key is if you have to maintain level in the turn, it's almost worse. So if you can descend a little bit while you make this tight 180, you kind of relieve some of that AOA. So I'm actually going to level at, let's come up to 8,600 feet. We'll be about 300 above. There's a little house that we're going to aim for. Actually, let's make it easier. Let's go 500 above. We'll set 800. Oh, dang it. We'll set 8,800, which is 1,500 feet above the pattern, or above the field, rather. And that'll help relieve some AOA on this turn because we're going to descend. All right, I'm going to roll in 150. Gears coming down. Flaps full's going out. All right. Aim to our little boy's house over here.
1,000.
I'm a little too far left. I don't like how left I am.
500.
I'm a little bit too tight. I don't like this. It's too late now, though. I like to be flying over this house. All right, here comes a hardcore bank angle check. Don't climb. I lost my VVI. Let's go ahead and throw that back on there. There we go.
1,000.
Bank angle check. Tight. Right. Now let's see what I mean here. If we keep that, if you descend here, you kind of relax that AOA. 150 knots selected. Keep coming down. Tight bank angle check all the way around here. We want to be about 7,800 feet as we roll out. Keep driving. Keep flying the airplane. Don't peak yet. Don't peak yet. Now we can start to peak. We're looking good. Now I'm going to manage the speed. Beautiful. So 3-2 right is actually like an old runway. So we're looking good. We're actually, I think our barrows are off. 1023.
Minimum.
Look at that. We're a little bit low, but we're good. We're on final. We're stable. Looking good. Yeah, 3-2 left is what I want to land on. I guess it's showing 3-2 is that one, but I've always practiced landing on this one.
Okay, we're maintaining 180.
I don't really like that. I want a little more juice. Let's go 135. 136 on the speed. All right, landing checklist has already been completed. We're down, all green. 2-knot tailwind here. It's a narrow runway, but plenty of distance. We might get a runway too short,
300.
but we'll be fine.
Runway
too short.
Nah, we're fine.
Runway too short.
100.
Runway too short. Runway too short.
50.
Runway
40.
too short. Runway too
30.
short.
20.
Runway too
10.
short. Runway too short.
Spoilers. Verse green. Decel. Man, it looked so much cooler when I did this in the test sector where there was light snow. We'll take this first exit as we approach 70 knots. Idle. Stow him. Maybe the database has a shorter runway. That I'm not sure about. I mean, this is just a default airport, so Plenty of runway though. I just noticed that. Is that a sandy comb over there? A little flight deck wipe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Scar. Dude, oh, look at the clipper landing right there. We'll hold short. I still don't know if there's 2 runways here or not, because some sceneries have 2, some sceneries have 1.
Guarded traffic, version 95 Tango Whiskey is in the final turn for one of the 1-4s. We don't have it in database.
Scardu traffic, Thai 357 heavy clear of 32 left. Giving way to the super on the 32 right, or whatever it is. Alright, we'll stop here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been turned off. We remind you to check around your seat for any personal belongings before you leave the aircraft. On behalf of the crew, thank you for flying with us today.
You're welcome. Sorry, 14. Maybe that's why. I selected 3-2 in the box instead of 1-4. He might have the Scardu scenery, because there is a Scardu scenery in 2020. Look at that. I think we should just, I think we should try to turn this. Should we just try to turn it? We'll reload.
Guarded traffic, 95 Tango Whiskey, short final.
And Scarlet traffic, Clipper 705 heavy entering
There's the 330 on final. He's getting a little swirly. Oh, look at that guy on the turn, too. Zippy's down safe. I'm going to pivot all the way to the right here. There's a clipper. Look at that 7-4. Looks like he's crashing. The 7-4 looks like he's crashing now. See, he's got some scenery there. I do not. I'm going to park all the way over to the right if I can. Kicked up a little bit of dust. Look at that. Okay, that's cool. Because my engine was right on the edge of the tarmac, let's see if I can get it to blow some more dust off. That was so cool. Alright, brakes are set. Where's this 7-4 at? Did he make the turn? Oh yeah, there he is. Look at the 7-4. We gotta see if the 7-4 makes it. So we have 2 options. We can do the replay and then relaunch, or I can reset the sim, or we can try to save the replay. Oh, did he land short? Oh. Uh-oh, did you just stall it out? Well, we could save the replay and just try to turn around and get back out of here. Now is he down or is he floating? He's down now. The scenery is a little bit different. Man, yeah, his scenery is different. Alright, let's save the replay then.
Guarded traffic. I think this is holding short of the runway, traffic inbound. Which runway are you coming in on?
Alright, replay has been saved. Let's see if we can do a fast turnaround here. So with that, then let's do our afterlands. Now here's another thing. If you do not have ground services available in Skardu, you actually start the APU out of like over by rib before you start down. With all that, we go ahead and turn these off. See, I just have to click on them because the mouse wheel scroll is tripping me out. We'll wait for the APU to spool up.
Traffic 2%.
All right, Dougal, thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one, dude. We'll see ya. Hope you enjoyed that landing, man. Check Discord near collision at Midway, Southwest, and a GA. Uh-oh, JJ. Another one? Lisa was a near miss. That's good, right? So they didn't collide. Thing is, it's happening every day, man. It's just being highlighted now since there's a lot of attention on the media. Alright, APU is... wait for the APU to become available. It's taking her sweet time. Nintac, we're going to turn around and go back. We're going to depart out of here. That is the plan. Alright, APU is avail. I've actually never shut it down before. So we're going to shut down. Oh, a little MD-80 made it in, it looks like. Still got my strobes on. Alright, that's on. We'll go ahead and get our fuel tank pumps off. Those are off. APU is on. We'll turn on the APU bleed. Turn off the beacon light. Now, I'm curious. I mean, a 350 is probably not a turnaround style of airplane. I've never tried to turn it around. I mean, I guess the worst thing that could happen is it crashes and we can just restart anyway, right? Trying to think how, if there a way to... It's already been cleared out here, it looks like. What the heck? Let's just try it, right? It's testing purposes. Full disclosure, I have never tested this in pre-release, so I don't know if this is going to work or not, but let's find out together. I'm going to try to dispatch us right back. And then I'll take a quick lab break as we reboard. Bills Mafia, what's up, my man? Alright, offset. Much shorter flight because we got a nice tailwind. We're going to depart off of 1-4 left. Bungie. We're not going to necessarily follow that flight plan, but alright, that looks good. We'll generate that flight. Is there a turnaround option in the EFB? I will... Oh, I think what that would do, AJ, is that would just reset... it'll put the airplane in turnaround state, which I can't, like right here. Yes, yeah, I could, you know, cold and dark, but I'm curious for my own testing. I mean, we've basically just shut down, we've landed, everyone's deplaning. We can actually go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. Those all come off. We could connect ground power. Let's go to ground. And let's chalk it. Let's turn you off. Oh shoot. Oh no. There we go. Never done that before on a real airplane. Now we're really testing the WASM programming now. I shut off the APU before connecting the GPU. Alright. Well, if that didn't reset everything... Let's see what happens. Cross your fingers. Thrust lever's not idle. Request is pending. We've received. Insert. Okay. Okay, we're cooking with gas, Chan. We're turned around. Let's go to our flight ops menu, flight ops load sheet. Let's do a sim brief import. Set 0 fuel, set. All right. I'm going to leave you right here. I'm going to turn around and use the lav real quick, and we'll start up and head back. All right. I think we'll be ready to go when we get back. Let me do this. All right. We're turning around for the next one. I don't know what's going on. Oh, those are the AOA vanes. Are the AOA vanes that are moving? Yeah, AOA vanes are tripping out. Oh, look, an A320 just touched down. Actually, you know what? We should go outside. Hold on. Let's open the cowlings. We've got to top off the oil. I'm gonna get an oil change here on the ground. Oh, the pan. I don't know where to leave you. Let's leave it right here for now. All right. We'll watch the maintenance guy do an oil change. I'm gonna hit the lab. I'll be back in about 4 minutes, and we'll get her closed up and blast off out of here, which ought to be interesting. Much shorter flight going back. 2 hours block. 1 hour 30 en route. We're doing 8.5 Mach, baby, all the way there. Be right back. All right. You guys changed the oil yet? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Can't be listening to music while we're doing our post-flight walk around here. Can we? Well, I think we can climb up these stairs, can't we? What? How's our oil level? Chat. Look at this. We are changing the oil on our A350. Do I click it? What if I click it? Oh, nope, just close it. Okay, oil's been changed. Kicked me out. I mean, I love the 350, but come on now, look at that clipper right there. iniBuilds L1011 when? L1011 when? Is it too early to ask for the L1011 on the pre-release stream with the A350? Alright. Taking a look here, everything looks good. Landing gear looks like it's in good shape. We didn't ball anything up. Where'd our, this engine is really close to the dirt. But everything looks good on this engine here. Should we check the engine oil on this one too? There's the I believe that's the FADEC, right? Yeah, electronic engine control, the EECU. So, not necessarily FADEC, but EECU. Yep, oil level's the same there too. Listen to the footsteps. I'm in the snow versus the ramp. That's too crazy. L1011 is scarred new when? I know. Soon, TM. Alright, let's get out of here before the weather moves in. Gosh, that looks good though. No bird strikes on the nose. I think we're ready. I got another flight planned. This was fun. Should have some formation with the 2 next-gen buses. Zippy, for sure, man. For sure, dude. Well, enjoy your next flight wherever you're headed. Probably some 737 boring stuff, right? Alright. Should I add some dirt? Somebody said something about dirt. Does that add dirt, or does that just mean the accumulation of dirt? I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean the accumulation? Actually, it does look a little bit dirtier, doesn't it? Max it out? What happens if we max it out? Let's load up first. Let's get out of here. We got to get en route first. We're behind anyway. It's already 1 o'clock. So, departure, we're going to depart runway 14. No SID, insert U. We'll plan our arrival at VNKT once we get up there. Actually, I think I remember what it's going to be. It's going to be 20, and we'll do the RNP, and we'll do the via Danfy, I think. Let me look. I don't have it. I don't have it on there. Let's do none. We don't have a star filed either, so we'll have to mess with that in route. We'll insert that. Arrival is set up. That looks good. Let's go back to our init page. Let's go to fuel and load. Zero fuel weight is 378.8. So 378.8, enter U, zero fuel weight CG, 30.0, enter U, block fuel on board. We have our new fuel load of 55.4. We've been topped off. A passenger number is 307. 307 on the packs. We'll enter that. That looks good. We'll return. Takeoff performance. Let's flip you over and let's go to takeoff perf. Let's go ahead and sync FMS. Compute. And I want to change this. I actually want to do config 2. And we're going to do Toga. Sync. Compute. We'll send this to the FMS. We're doing a flaps 2 out of here. We'll get rid of you. We'll confirm takeoff speeds. Toga, 40, 42, 47, flat 2, 30 foot packs on, anti-ice off. I gotta hop off here, burning my dad up, not big on Wi-Fi. I'll catch the rest of them play. Take it easy, Matty K. Thanks for stopping by, man. All right, I like that. We'll return, and actually that's it. So let's do what we normally do then. Let's go ahead and flip you around. Let's bring you up here. Let's bring the flight plan page active. And we've got the perf page over there. I'll put you on perf. And we're on perf takeoff. All right. Fuel tank pumps are coming on. Refueling has been completed. Let's get the APU booted up. Seatbelt signs on. No smoking is on. No mobile will be an auto. Spool it up. What's the real world time right now in Scarview? Is it middle of the night? I was going to say we should go real time. Zach, what's up, man? Unrelated entirely, but I got my first failure on the Duke at 38 hours. Nice. Are you on 2x, 5x, 1x? What's your failure rate? It's 2:04 a.m. local. Okay, so we do not want to go then. We do not want to go. We cannot depart at night in Scarview. All right, APU is up and running, just about. We'll stand by. I actually don't think you shut down. Well, I know you wouldn't shut down the APU if you didn't have a ground card available. We already did we kind of did a sunrise departure, Mr. Saturday, and I kind of want to save a night stream for later this evening. We're gonna do the Cathay 1000 for a PM stream tonight. All right, APU is up and running. It's nice and hot. We'll go ahead and go straight to bleed. Disconnect from you. Those have been disconnected. We'll go to ground cervices. Disconnect. Pull chocks. We'll leave you on the flight ops menu. We know we don't need taxi instructions because there's literally one way out of here. We're going to taxi through all of the traffic, and we're going to back taxi. I mean, this looks like a snow. Can I taxi on snow in a 350? I feel like that's suboptimal. Oh, there's an MD-11 just spawned in. I feel like this looks kind of like a taxiway. Or should we just back taxi all the way? Just back taxi all the way. What the heck? Alright. No pushback required. Beacons on. Let's start them up. Ignition mode to ignition start. Can I start from first person view out here? Will this let me start from here? No. I don't think so. Okay, now I move the switch. Oh, shoot. Huh, no sounds from there. Maybe it won't get sound from first person view. What's up, Captain Chemtrails? V1 just waking up when you were landing, so what's the verdict on this? Best thing since sliced cheese or what? It's pretty fun, man. It's pretty fun, Captain Chemtrails. I think the next best thing since sliced cheese would be the L1011, but this is a close second. This is like sliced bread. The sliced cheese would be the L1011. But I know for a lot of people this is going to be pretty epic. I mean, we landed in Skardu, we changed the oil. It was a pretty sweet approach, I'm not going to lie. Alright, here we go, start 2. It's snow covered, 1-4 right. Alright, we'll taxi on it. Hopefully we don't like fall through the runway or anything. We'll attempt to taxi on the snow covered runway that's been unplowed. Or not plowed. If I couldn't taxi on snow, we'd be screwed here in Norway. That's true, Rail Cowgirl. Welcome to the stream. We're going to go ahead and taxi on snow then. Yeah, we looked at weathering. I'm going to turn it up to max. Let me make sure our start's finished here real quick. We're doing flaps 2. I'll turn weathering up to max. We'll see what it looks like. So for departure, we're probably just going to wing it because I've never departed out here before. I know roughly what we're supposed to do. We're basically take off. We fly that same track we just did, but climbing rapidly. Can I adjust the acceleration altitude? Transition, acceleration out 8,300. We're going to change that. Acceleration altitude, we're actually going to change to 12 or 11,000. No, it's more than that. I forget what it is. I want to say, so 10 was over the mountain. I think it's, let's call it 14,000. The acceleration altitude is way up there. It's about 7,000 feet. I have it in my PDF, but it's 47 pages long. I'll look it up here in a second. And then also we wanted to go full weathering, right? See if that changes anything. All right, we'll go back, put you back there, put you back there. Flaps 2 are set. Technically, we're going to be operating on snow, so we'll put our engine ice on. I'm going to leave the APU running for max perf for takeoff. Oh yeah, look, everything looks much dirtier. All right, here we go. Taxi light. Oh, that was engine out acceleration. You're right. All right, I'll look at it before I get to the runway. You're right, that's engine out acceleration. My bad. All right, I'm going to have to cut through the clipper here. My apologies, sir. He slewed over? Thank you, boss man. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, this is a snow-covered 1-4 right, I believe. Onto the snow we go. Thanks for that. Appreciate you. This might get interesting. Oh my gosh. And this is why devs don't like to give me shiny new airplanes. We like to break them and off-road them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not considered a runway in the sim because we're getting a heck of a lot of turbulence. I don't know, it kind of looks like it is. Alright, engine or acceleration altitude is gonna be right there. I see where it is. I'll change it when we get short of the runway. There's no snow effect, so maybe it's, I'm not sure, maybe it is a pavement. It is default scenery, so. Oof. Just gonna stay at idle thrust here, nice and gentle. I know, I'm gonna need my sunglasses, Steven. We're going snow blind.
Grip is heading out. See ya.
So, you can scroll the sunshade down for our taxi out. The feds love that. We're at Skardu, man. OPSD. Wow, wow, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're getting a little bit excessive here. We're gonna get stuck. I think we're gonna get stuck. Well, we're blowing the snow now. I think we need to cut back over and back taxi. Yeah, we're going to get stuck. 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 I blame Rail Cowgirl for this experiment. Oh my gosh. This is hurting my soul. I mean, they land the 7-8 on snow, don't they? Up in the down in South Pole. Okay, we're on. We're back on regular pavement. Okay. Let's go ahead and run this. Auto brake, RTO, takeoff config is check, normal. Lights are on. We'll go ahead and turn them all on. Turn you on. We'll get rid of you. We'll turn the bleed on. So we relieve the engine. You can see, look at the N1 spool down a little bit there. We're going to relieve the engine of the packs. And this is going to be spicy because there's a lot of clouds over there that I don't know if we're going to have to make that full left turn or not. We'll see. Let's see how much climb performance we get. Do flight control check. Full up. Full down, neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral. Rudder. Full left. Full right. I spooled to 25% in the 350. Oh, spool it to 25, not 50? Okay. Mark, after a full flight, it's been great, man. It's been a lot of fun. It's been great. And we're stressing it out by doing a turnaround here without doing a sim reload, which is a #1 red flag. I mean, if you finish a 15-hour long haul, you probably should restart your PC. So, this is a good stress test. I'll wait for the 380. Get out of our way here. Hopefully he'll be able to pull in over here. Oh, he must have a scenery for a different side. I'm pretty sure he has the Scardu scenery for 2020, which is awesome. You should pick it up if you're flying in 2020. You should get the Scardu scenery. I mean, it's okay if we go into the snow a little bit. We already went off-roading. What is this, K-San? How would you like to take off into that mountain there? Alright, we're not quite lined up. A little more juice. Close enough. We're at a little bit of an angle. That'll work. We can deal with that. Alright. Packs are off. The APU bleed is on. Lights are set. Engine out is not required. I do need to change the engine out. Let's come back here. Or not engine out, excuse me. Regular acceleration is right. Thrust reduction is going to be 14. And acceleration altitude is going to be 14. All right. Let's do it from the outside view this time. Nose forward on the stick. Yoke is in chat. Spool them up 25%. Yoga. Toga SRS, auto thrust bleu. Thrust set. 100 knots check. taking off at 7,000 feet field elevation. Crazy. V1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up, fly with. Jeez. Oh, look at the thing. Oh, we never set top altitude. Oh, we screwed that up. Keep flying heading, Toga. Now we're going to go ahead and select heading to the left. About 110. We're basically following that track. We're basically following that same track that we took for the approach. Anybody start the chrono for Toga? I think it's 3 minutes. Outstar, no. Should have set that before we took off like a pro pilot. 40 set for now. Left turn. Approaching 1 minute. It's probably closer to like a minute. It's probably closer to a minute 30. Since we were about 30 seconds late. Once we get out of 14, we'll be able to accelerate. Nash says, I can't deny it anymore. 2024 is juicy. It is, man. Look at this. So, if there's oncoming traffic, you would actually continue out and you would go up this valley. But since there's mountainous or cumulus granite, we're going to do the same valley here. But if there was oncoming traffic on the departure, you would go out of this valley over here. All right, there's 14,000 feet. Well, we got to lower the nose. I'm over there looking at terrain. Let me get my speed up here. We're at minute 44, so we still have time. Before I make the turn here, I'm going to get out of VLS. Got to get out of VLS, and then we'll go ahead and reduce the power. MCT. Holy moly. A massive 50 bomb. Let me get back to that in just a second. Flaps 1. Oh my goodness. Who's that? Casey Olert. Casey Olert. Bombing my whole chat here. Casey Olert dropping 50 gifted memberships. Casey, much too kind. Thank you so much for the incredible support and the membership bomb. Thrust decel climb, we're going to go regular climb. Thrust climb, open climb. Keep turning around here. Keeping that bank angle check tight. That's why you hand fly this. You wouldn't flight director this turn here because you got to be greater than 28 or whatever it is of autopilot commands. That's why I love this route. We're hand flying this all the way out. Thanks again, Casey, though. Massive 50 sub bomb. Can't thank you enough for the support. Please, if you picked up a membership from Casey, make sure you shout out and say thank you. Sharing the love here at V1 Nation. Super kind. Super kind of you. Thank you for the support, Casey. All right, we're out of 16.5. We're going to keep climbing. I'm going to select speed here because I don't remember what the actual requirements were, but I'm going to just select 250. That's going to help keep our climb rate up. We'll go ahead and engage autopilot 1. We're going to kind of just stick with the valley here a little bit longer before we can turn on course. Out. We'll reset the chrono. We'll also turn off the APU now. We'll get our lights off. Nope. We'll leave everything else on for now. And we're going to kind of shoot up the valley that we just came down. Migs, thank you for the 6 Canadian. Very kind, Migs. Appreciate ya. Finally vlogging real life flights now. Indeed. Indeed it is. Thank you, Migs. Appreciate the $7 super chat. And I'm glad you're liking the real life flight here out of Scardu. Does this release on 2020? It does. Terrain mode is on now. Thank you. I had it off, I guess, on the ground. And when we reset our flight directors, maybe. Definitely want that on. I don't know why sometimes we see terrain, though, and sometimes we don't. Not in the database, maybe? Not quite sure. I have noticed that, though. But as soon as we're out of 21.5, we can make the left turn back on course. So we're approaching 21.5. Bungee. P-pause direct. Insert. We're open climb nav. And we're looking good now as we climb out. As we go through here, let's go ahead and turn our engine anti-ice on. Mad Cat, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board, Mad Cat. Appreciate the support. Johan Jacobs dropping 10 gifted memberships as well. Johan, thank you so much, man, for the love of the 10 gifted subs. Massive support as well. Appreciate you, Johan. Josh, oh my goodness. What is going on? Josh FSD. Dude. Josh, what are you doing, my man? I appreciate another massive bomb to the channel, y'all. Josh FSD dropping 50 memberships as well. Very, very kind, Josh. I appreciate the support, man. Again, we pick up a membership. I'm pretty sure we're starting to give away memberships to the Founding Fathers. Please say thank you. Very, very kind. It's very kind. That's V1 Nation, best nation. You know, welcome to Team Green, one of us, and you can now enjoy some members-only content. Make sure you sync up your YouTube to the Discord as well, so you'll be able to see the special channels for your new membership. Awesome stuff. Is there an Airbus house livery available? I don't actually know. I know the Ini house livery is pretty sweet, my man. The Ini house livery is sweet. All right. I'm going to make the turn to Solom. Now, right, what's after index? Yeah, Solom. Let's go ahead and go direct. Right off 25.9, so we can make this will help cut off a lot of flight time. We're not going to fly all the way out. As we're climbing out, we've got the performance to clear these mountains, I hope, although we're straight IMC right now, which is kind of scary, so maybe we should stay in the cockpit mode. And let's set up a better climb rate, since there is still terrain at 25,000 feet below us. Would I like to fly the 350 in real life? If it did turns to Miami and back, sure. Fuel tanks, this airplane could go too far for my liking, man. You know what? I'd like to do one flight on it and then just say, all right, cool. But 350 IRL, man, that just means you're flying way too long, if you ask me. We're eating steak today with all these subs, RMI. Absolutely, man. Thanks again, Josh. And another, wow, for real, Pete Ski. I mean, I can't even keep up with the chat. Stephen says we're past the Founding Fathers at this point. The Neanderthals who did the cave paintings are getting memberships. That is true. Pete Ski dropping 20. Man, up over 200 new memberships today. You guys are fantastic. Thank you again. Zippy, I don't know what you came back to, It just came back to mayhem, man. You came back to 200 new members. We're flying out IMC. I wanted to do a Super Juice terrain stream, and we get no terrain because it's all IMC. Go figure. Go figure, Zippy. We're above. It's now colder than minus 40 C, and we're climbing, so we'll go ahead and turn the engine anti-ice off. We're climbing a 400. Optimum is 40.5. That checks out. What's crazy is there is terrain all around us. We just can't see it. That's kind of scary. Kind of scary. Today is my day, Allie. I guess so, man. Again, thank you all. Fred738, thank you for a $5 super chat, sir. You missed my super chat in the sea of gifted memberships. Fred, did I really? I'm so sorry, man. Fred, I'm sorry, my man. Let me see if I can scroll back. Fred, I see it now. Oh my gosh, Fred, thank you for the $10, which is now a $15 super chat because he had to spend $5 more for me to catch it. Fred, I'm so sorry, dude. It really bothers me when I do that. I try so hard to not miss a single dono, but between like sometimes just regular joins or milestone chats, I apologize, man. Thank you for the 15 super chat. It says, hello there, the time is here. Those sounds are great. How is it performing in 2024? Honestly, I'm getting some fantastic performance and Sim Update 1 beta. Look at this breakout, though. Where's getting a bill on the horn? Somebody getting a bill on the horn for this breakout, please? Fred, honestly, though, the performance is pretty good in Sim Update 1 beta. My very first testing build that I had 4 or 5 revisions ago when I was in the full cabin model, it felt heavier on the performance when I was looking at the numbers. But even though the numbers were maxed out, like I was running 22.5, 23 gigs of VRAM, CPU or a GPU was cooking at 85, 90%, it was still running smooth. But now that I'm in Sim Update 1 beta and we have the streaming version here, I went over the numbers on the flight up, and honestly, it's hardly doing any damage right now. I think we're right now I'm at 18 gigs of VRAM. 18 gigs and still rocking right around that 50 FPS. It's bouncing between 47 and 50 FPS, no frame gen, and it's my biggest thing is it's been smooth. So we'll keep an eye on the perf as we get a little bit closer. We'll have to compare the performance to the cabin version on our later stream tonight if we do the Cathay 1000 nighttime stream. So we will keep that in mind. Kip on the ground, welcome to Private Pilot, man. I appreciate you, Kip. Thank you for joining the channel, dude. Much too kind, man. Migs dropping a 27 Canadian. Migs, I'm putting on my Devil's Kids. Oh my, he's putting on his Devil's Advocate cap again. But it wouldn't be cool if we took this bird across the pond for the start of 50K Euro tour. Just think about it and just like that, my work here is done. Migs, thank you, man, for the support, dude. Well, you know what? I think you just sealed the deal, Migs. The only airplane we would take on the 50K tour that's not the 350 would be if the L1011 released or the 747. But if we don't have either of those airplanes, which I'm pretty sure we're not going to have at 50K subs, I don't know. We'll see. We're taking the 350, man. A350 Euro Tour number 2. And because we're going to Europe, why not take an Airbus, right? So you're onto something, Migs. Maybe we should just do well, we can't go to London City in this thing. We definitely won't be able to stop. We'll have to think of a route. We'll have to think of a juice fly-in. PMDG 777? No, Joe Planes. No way, dude. Not in 2020. Now, if the 777 was in 2024, I'd probably put it up to vote. I would put the poll up for you guys to vote on a 50K sub-tour airplane, but I don't think it'll be ready by then. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see when Sim Update 1 officially drops, because I think when Sim Update 1 officially drops, we're going to see some more airplanes popping out. I think PMDG is going to be popping out quick here into 2024. Oh, Lear across the pond. That'd be scary, Josh. Have to stop at Maine, and then have to stop at Keflavik, and then have to stop one more time. I don't know, actually. You could probably get up 45,000 feet and find that jet stream, man. We might be able to go a little bit further. We are moderate chop, though, on the climb out. Moderate turbulence on the climb out. Our airplane aged about 20 years. Joe, they are. I just don't know when. Would you still get a 59 if it came available at reasonable price? Man, Jacob, it's getting harder and harder every day to think about that. You know, spend another $2,000 to get a 5090. I don't know, dude. Right now I'm on the fence. Ask me in another couple of weeks. We'll see. I really want to see if the Sim Update 1 is running super stable and smooth, then I don't know why I would go to the 5090, honestly. You could take the Bluebird 7.5. Yeah, but that won't be available. I have no idea when the Bluebird's coming, and when it does drop though, it's going to be dropping for 2021. So I don't think we're going to see that in 24 for this calendar year. I could be way off, but I don't see it. All right, I don't like to fly in right angles, so let's go direct to Charlie Hotel Golf, and lunch has just showed up, chat. So we're going to go direct to insert. Hey, sweetie, what you got there? Whoa, what is this? You want to say hi? What are you going to say? Say hi to everybody? Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
All right, thank you for... Man, you can take a shower. Were you playing at the...
Park, the big park.
At the big park? All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, we're back. Hold on. Sorry about that, y'all. Just got a delivery from the little mini V1. All right. I wanted to walk around, make sure. I guess my wife couldn't find a parking spot, so sent in the kid. Good strategy there. All right, we'll put our A&R volumes on here. We'll turn off terrain mode. We don't need you anymore. We're leveling it. Wow, it's still super bumpy. Look at this chop. We're gonna leave that seatbelt sign on. All right, what I missed when I was gone here. Fred B gifted Fred Boeing 738, dropped 5 more memberships, man. Appreciate you, Fred. Very, very kind, dude. Fred, bringing the love. I appreciate all the support, y'all. You guys, a couple of massive ones. Casey, Josh, Niggs, Fred, everyone in between. Thank you all for the support, man. I really do appreciate it. How was the 350? It's epic, man. So far, it's been epic. We're taking it through some epic turbulence right now. I want to see... I'm having a hard time getting up to 42. I want to fly... The wind is shifting. You know it? Like, the wind is kind of... And that's probably why we're getting this crazy turbulence. is because the winds aloft are changing direction. Because we should have more of a tailwind. We have a direct crosswind right now. Josh, thanks, man. I appreciate you, dude. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'm glad you still learn a few things here and there. You know, we still try to be educational. Edutainment. A350 FCU by Windwing. Ooh, JJ. Now, that would be one I might pick up. An A350 FCU, because then you can use it for the 380. That would be interesting. Mach Alt Cruise, 8.5, 40,000 feet. Yeah, almost 100 knots faster on the ground speed. That's going to help us out here. That's going to help us out. If we go direct, I'm trying to get us some sort of a fix that we can go to get us into the tailwind. Let me pull up my Navigraph here on my EFB. V1, why doesn't Just Flight get as much credit as they should? I have the RJ and 146, and they're some of the best. Mark Pierce, I agree with you, man. Just Flight are fantastic devs. I just think until they drop an airplane that's a little bit more mainstream, I think that, I mean, because here's the deal. I mean, the majority of simmers, I think, are into the glass and modern avionics and things of that nature. And Just Flight, they've been pretty consistent in, you know, releasing older airplanes, which I personally love. I love the old school. I love the round gauge. I love all that. But it's just not as popular to the masses. But what they do bring to the table is awesome. And there's going to be some stuff they're bringing to 24 here pretty soon that's going to be pretty sweet. You'll be seeing it on the channel here pretty soon. All right, I'm looking at arrivals into Kathmandu. I love the Rolls-Royce logo too. It looks pretty good. We're coming off of Moran. Now, Kathmandu, this is no airport to scoff at either when it, in terms of terrain on the approaches into here. RNP 20. We could take that one off of dark is what we're going to do. Boy, that is a tight track. RNP 20 off of dark is what we're going to do. Current weather in Kathmandu variable at 2 knots, so that's cute. Let's give you at 15. So we're gonna skip the star and we're gonna go straight into RNP 20. I'm gonna take it off the dark transition. Let's throw that in the box. I need that iPad mount y'all were talking about. A 73200 from Just Flight would be just, oh yeah, that would be epic. I don't think we're gonna see that though anytime soon. VNKT runway 20. We're gonna do the RNAV via dark. Insert U. And we're also going to go a Peepo. We're going to go direct a Peepu. See if we can't get some tailwind. Peepaw's direct. A Peepu. There we go. That'll put some wind on our tail. Man. How many times have we done Skardu when there's not been this much cloud down there? This is a lot of clouds. Was that Delta 717 that had to come back to Atlanta actual smoke, or was that aircraft? That was smoke, man. So Atlanta's had two, Delta's had 2 return to airports in 2 days for smoke in the cabin. Nash, I know, man. From back in the FSX days, isn't it crazy, dude? That's what... It makes it so special, man. Especially when, because if you didn't fly in the old days, you can't appreciate it as much. I just don't think you can. Knowing, like, if you're born into this, imagine being born today, like my kids. You know, the first sim my children see is Microsoft 2024. What an epic sim. What are they going to see in their, you know, 20s, 30s, 40s? They probably have not going to have any interest at all in flight sim by then, but you know what I mean? Imagine if this is your first sim. You're going to love it, but you don't know, you can't, it's harder to appreciate it because you don't know what you came from. Because this is pretty epic to start out in, that is for sure. I choose the old birds over new birds every time. I love the old ones more to do and more rewarding. Yes, I agree, Mark. There is nothing like completing a flight in an old school aircraft with no GPS. Like that legitimately is a different level of satisfaction that you just can't get unless you fly an old bird. I have tried VR, Crazy Eye. It's pretty neat, but it's not for me. It's not for me. That's why I like the A300. Yeah, the A300, Luke, is a great middle ground. It really is. It really is. How do you even do no GPS in the sim? It's, I mean, we do it all the time on a Tour de Americas. Point bearing distance, VOR nav, NDB nav. If I buy the Duke, where should I get it from? I think it's only sold on Just Flight, right? Whatever you do, don't buy it from the marketplace because that just gives you issues in the future. Hold on, I gotta change. I'm trying to reach over my microphone here. Try to avoid buying things on marketplace, which I'm sure Adobo hates hearing that, but for updates and stuff, you'll be the last to get them. And if something goes wrong, you can't edit it. It's just better to avoid the marketplace. Now, I've bought some airplanes on marketplace. It's been okay, but generally speaking, avoid the marketplace at all costs. All right. Zach, you got it from Marketplace, Rip? Well, hey, as long as it's working for you, then there's no issue with it. But just as a rule of thumb, I avoid said Marketplace. Migs, thanks for another 6 Canadian. I'm going to tell my grandkids flying Microsoft 24 4D Super VR 16K resolution. Back in my day, this was real life. I know, man. I know it, Migs. That's funny, dude. Back in my day. Gosh, this is definitely different than 2024 without the sim update. I want to say, even if you just go back, hold on, drop something. If you just go back to the last stream we did, we were flying in heavy overcast, and I said, yeah, there's the 2020 clouds showing up in 2024 when you had thick overcast. But man, we do not have that anymore in this sim. This is, I mean, I'm not trying to wear out the real life stuff yet, but I mean, it just looks like it's much improved, doesn't it? I mean, because this is where we would see that 2020 cloud. We would definitely see it. No, I didn't say it, Mr. Saturday. I didn't say it. The boomer emoji, Migs. Yep. I just took the screenshot of you, Migs. You and Vodka sitting next to each other. You know what we're missing in 24 is the 738 MAX. I know, Canadian. Well, we have a default MAX, but it's exactly that. It's a default MAX. The popcorn clouds are gone, Lieutenant Mulder. That they are gone. Turk, the boomer joined Sim Update 1 and I can't stop glazing. I know, man. I can't. We don't need NDBs anymore. We'll turn them off. Estimating a PPU at 5:18 sim time. Estimating a 46 destination. We're doing good. We'll go ahead and let's rip it up as fast as we can here. Let's go. Let's maintain 8.6 Mach. Just try one scenery, you'll never go back. Look, man, I might try scenery now in the sim update. I just don't understand logo lights. I just don't understand how can a scenery be compatible with 2024 if there is no way to implement said scenery yet. from a dev perspective. It can't be. We're just hacking it by putting it in community folder. It does have panel states, yes, whoever was asking. We might have to drop down to 38. I mean, it's, I don't know, the wind is shifting towards our tail. I mean, you can smoke them if you got them now. Let's turn the seatbelt sign off. Or, excuse me, no smoking sign. Help people calm down a little bit here in the turbulence. But, I mean, we are getting, this would be considered moderate chop. To be flipping the, yeah, for the wings to be bending like this would be moderate chop, probably. Hey, Ron, what's up, dude? Backwards compatible APIs. Gibberish. I don't believe it. Ahem Ahmed, welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, I think there have been a lot of us that have been waiting for a 350 release. This is the first real A350 I think we have on Flight Sim, because the Flight Factor one doesn't count. I flew that on X-Plane once and was disgusted. It just wasn't it for me, man. It missed the mark in so many areas. Now, granted, I don't know what it is now, so if you still fly it now in X-Plane, don't come at me with a torch. But when I flew it on X-Plane 11 back in the day, it was nowhere where I thought that was enjoyable. Now, it may have changed, like I said, over the years, but after that, I never flew an A350. I think there was another like freeware version, or I don't know if not Latin VFR. Wasn't there another 350 that came out that was one of the devs that you're like, no one really bought from? I don't know. So I haven't flown a 350 since then. And this one, I always thought that a 350 would be very challenging to model because of the intricacies of the flight deck, of the systems in here. To do a 350 properly, there's so many systems that you have to model, so many pages, and the way everything works, granted, now that we've got it working, it's great. They did a really good job. I mean, from all the different tabulations, the syncing, the computing stuff from here, and then sending it to your FMS, the syncing, the ground, it's all seamless, and it's all been done really, really well. So for that, I am just extremely thankful for, because I am going to fly this airplane a lot more now that I know that it's as solid as I had always hoped. And I mean, you never know. iniBuilds, I figured, okay, their A300 was good. Well, come on now with the 350, and sure enough, they delivered, in my opinion. They definitely delivered, and the modeling is great, too. Question is it better than the default INA planes? Canadian by miles, dude. Canadian. 100% better than the default planes. I mean, I think you can tell on the sounds alone. I mean, is it the best sound pack I've ever heard in my life? Not really, but it's really good. I think it's pretty dang good. Now, you know me, I always like extra juice. You know, you can never have a sound pack with engine sounds too quiet. I always say, juice up the engine sounds, make them louder, make them louder. And we have sliders for it, so I could adjust my sliders, which I'm also really thankful for. I haven't messed with this. You know, we've kind of got carried away this morning dealing with my issue, but I'm sure I could set up my sliders here and, you know, really emphasize the engine volume over other things. So I'm sure in due time, it's like with anything that comes out, the more I fly it, I'm going to develop my own niche quirks that I want to set up. I want these panel options. I want this sound option. I want this slider here, this slider there. You know, I will develop my own little niche setup for this bird, and it's great. I mean, I really can't think of anything that's glaring that I would change. What about you guys? What do you guys think? I mean, you're seeing it raw. That's the benefit of live content. You're seeing it raw live right now, so I can't hide it. I can't edit it and say, oh, this is awesome, and then not be good, you know, because you could release something on an edited video and make it look epic, but if you screw it up live, it's kind of hard to fix it. Migs, thank you for 5 gifted subs, dude. Man, you're just spreading the love today, Migs. Appreciate you, man. 5 gifted memberships. You pick one up from Migs. Make sure you shout him out and say thank you. Our resident Canadian Migs. I thought I saw Wingnut stop by the chat. My eyes deceiving me? There he is. How's the turbulence rate on this man boob jiggle index? The man boob jiggle index. Well, on a scale, what is it, 1 to 10? Right now we're a solid 6.5, 7. Well, right now it looks like it's died back. I think we're about 6, maybe 5.5, 6. But for a while there, the MBJI was 7.5, 8. When they start to hurt, that's when you're in severe turbulence. This is max dirt, Unfathomable. So this is max dirt. We're all the way up on the dirt. You could really see it underneath the airframe there. Man, we are in just nasty clouds this whole flight. Crazy. XTX is running strong, though. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. Are you ready to leak the Fenix 321 Neo? I wish, dude. I think Fenix has banned me. Amir hasn't sent me any messages in a really long time. Pretty sure I'd send, pretty sure you sent one 350 to Canada during a snowstorm and it's 5 times dirtier. Well, that's kind of what we stipulated, Canadian. We got down on the ground. We ran the dirtiness all the way up. Have they modeled the variable camber in cruise? What is a variable camber? Of the wing? T-Max says, have I checked out the avionics bay? Not yet. On this version, I couldn't load into the... So this morning, if you're just tuning in for the second leg here, this morning I updated, and when I updated, I ran into some issues with the Navigraph or with the WASM. So for 3 hours, I finally, after about 2 hours and 45 minutes, I said, screw it. Uninstalled everything, reinstalled Sim Update 1 Beta, clean, reinstalled the airplane, clean, and everything worked. But I tried to load into the cabin one, and it was just taking too long. I don't know if it was a livery issue. One of the iniBuilds devs were in the chat earlier, and he brought up a great idea, and I think it might be a livery issue. So I'm going to attempt to do, we're going to do a PM stream. We'll do a 1-leg nighttime stream. I'm not sure where we're going to fly to or from. Should we do Kitech at night? Where could we fly into Kitech to, 350, 1000? It's not too long of a flight. Or we could make it kind of a long flight and green dot it. I don't know. But we want to do night ops in the 350, 1000. And I'm going to try to do the cabin version. So I'm just going to load it up and walk away from the sim, give it a solid 10 minutes to load, because that might have been it too. I just ran out of patience. After about 4 minutes, I'd back out. And what was weird is my sim wasn't crashing, so it wasn't locking up. It just say loading, and I could back it up back to the main menu. We got traffic close. VTBS to Kitech is 240 block. Ooh, nice, AJ. That's Bangkok? I think that's what we did in the 380, right? All right, let's do 380. Or not, let's do VTBS. But can we, so it's either Cathay or Singapore livery. Let me put a poll up in chat. A350 changes wing camera and cruise, which increases the efficiency of the wing. Basically, retract the flaps passed up. Oh, okay. I've heard of that. I'll look here in a second. I'll see if we can see it on the edge of the wing. Right now, I don't know if we can see anything because of turbulence. Cathay-1000 or Singapore. That has a -1000 too. -1000. Yeah, we've already determined that we're going. Wait, what is VTB at? That's Bangkok. What's Singapore would be too far, wouldn't it? Because that's in Thailand. How far is Singapore to Kai Tak? AJ, block. Give me a block on that. Whiskey Sierra Sierra Sierra. I wonder how long it would be, because we could either vote for the longer one and do green dot, or we could do the shorter one with Kai Tak. Let me see if I can't get it pulled up here. 3 to 4 hours. 3 hours airtime. Ooh, okay. Let me add a third option. Is it 3 hours airtime? I think Kyle's. $340, AJ says on the block. All right. So it's either going to be Cathay VTBS to Kai Tak, or Singapore Whiskey Sierra 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 to Kai Tak with green dot. And actually, I'm going to say green dot on both. That way you don't vote based on green dot. I'll decide if we do a green dot or not. All right, the poll is open. I probably misspelled something there, but we'll go for it. Mix, thanks for 6 Canadian out of 10 rating for this bird so far. How's the Navi pad working? Any issues? What? Say again? Bro sounded like he was intercepting me.
You have been intercepted by the Indian Air Force reply.
No hablo inglés. Where's this guy at? I don't see him. Seems legit. Is Infian intercepting us? I mean, we're gonna have to try to get it. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Oh no. Oh, he's in an E190. Ah, I can't intercept in an E190. Thanks, Fred. Go for the green dot option. He's in an E190 model matching. Oh, that's unfortunate. Can't shoot me down an E190. It's a model matching. Singapore doesn't have a Dash 1000? It doesn't? Ooh, the poll is close. Make sure you vote. I thought there was. I thought there was a Dash 1000. Thanks again, Fred. Go with the green dot option. We can't catch Barry's seal. No, we can't. We're not Barry. We can't dive down in the mountains in this thing. But we're gonna step down. No hablo inglés. We're going to descend to 38. See if we can't get some smoother air. Singapore only has a Dash 9. Really? So what if the poll was... what if the poll was... Cathay for both? Would that change your vote? Might have to redo the vote. We have the 9 right now, so we're flying the 9, but I just thought it would be cool to change it up and fly the 1000, right? Tonight. Panel states. Yeah, you want to see panel states? Zev, thanks for the €5. Take it easy, bet. We'll see it. Cold and dark, on ground power, on APU, are ready for takeoff. Those are the panel states that you can save, Zev. There's a whole lot of things down here we could mess with too. But for this particular stream, we're staying out of the clicky clicks for now. After I conclude this stream, I'm going to mess around with it a little bit more. just to make sure I'm not having any other issues. There might even be another update by the end of the stream that I got to download. Let me check. I'll have to check the manager or whatever, see where if they're pushing any new updates for the before the next stream. Yeah, I don't want to accidentally click it, Mr. Saturday, so I don't know how to get away from that screen. Are there airline-dependent options? Kyle, there are. You can set them dependent on livery. So if I go to options, equipment. So look, option managed by livery. Options managed by livery, all the way through. So it's pretty cool. Josh, I think what I'm going to plan on doing is, let's see, how much longer we got in this flight. So right now, 52 on the ground. No, that doesn't make sense. UTC. That doesn't make sense. Oh, I think our UTC times are a little bit off. So probably got a little over an hour for this. So I'm gonna say I haven't scheduled it yet, but I will schedule a stream for, let's shoot for like 5 p.m. Central. That's what I'll shoot for, so I can go get some lunch / dinner, take a quick break, make sure I got the right liveries, and then we'll go. We'll do the stream this evening, night stream. We'll take off. I guess we'll do the whole thing at night. I guess we'll load in and we'll set the sim time so it's like just prior to dark. What's that in British time? Josh, I don't know, dude. Y'all confusing me with the UK release time. I was trying to configure that. I think it's 6 hours, so that would be 5 Central is like 11 p.m. 26 cups of tea later, Migs. Yeah, Inatical. So Cathay. Oh, Etihad for the 1000. Well, where does Etihad fly? Probably not Singapore to Kai Tak. All right, so we got to redo the poll because you guys screwed me up now. Well, actually, no, not really. Technically, more people want to see the Cathay 1000 than the long haul. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Singapore vote didn't win. I'm actually kind of surprised at that one. ZV, do I always have to start the plane, or is it possible to press on the screen like in the 380 to get panel states? It is possible to press on the screen, ZV, to get the panel states. So if you're asking if you could load in and you could literally just click ready for takeoff and it'll load up everything ready to go. You can load up on APU, or you can load up on ground power or cold and dark. I don't know how to close it without accidentally clicking on it, so I don't want to click on it now. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave that page open. Yeah, you definitely have panel states, man. You definitely have the panel states. I just hope our flight tonight is going to be less bumpy. This has been wild. Fred, thanks for a $5 super chat. Fred, can you write me a note for work? Yes, I already wrote myself one. Is there a doctor in the house? Josh, the Singapore flight is longer. I'm hypnotized by the wing flicks. I mean, it does want to push you to sleep, doesn't it? I love that we can make the wings dirtier on the fly now. Oh, on the fly now. Yeah, I know, Mr. Saturday. That'd be good for your videos, right? I bet Mr. Saturday's cooking up some vids. Canadian says nobody flies to Kai Tak anymore. I know it, man. but we do. I mean, like the iPad that I not turn the APU on by myself. ZV, you can turn it on however you want to turn it on, man. When you start on the ground, you'll have the ground power connected. You hit your GPU buttons and the iPad boots up. You can put it to realistic and it won't boot up right away. But there are options for the iPad as far as if that's what you're referring to. But if you don't want to turn the APU on, I mean, it's the same amount of clicks as it is turning it on APU. You just turn the APU on 2 clicks. I mean, I think he means turning the iPad on without connecting anything. Oh, okay. Batteries need to go on then, right? Yeah, I Josh says the only condition for a panel state is the OIS needs to be on, which means at least the batteries need to be on. If you're on battery power, you need to cycle the OIS to the pedestal display. So if you come in on battery power, then you would cycle the OIS to center display, and then you should have this without turning the airplane on. I think that's what you're getting at. But you got to cycle it over here, says Josh. I think that's what you were getting at, hopefully. All right, smoothed out a little bit, I think. As we cruise out. It's actually, I tell you what. Where's the jump seat in this thing? Let's chill by the jump seat. Man, we could do a green dot from the jump seat. Check this out. Where are all the window shades in this thing? I know I messed with them before. Let's go realism mode. Welcome to the A350 flight deck. That's what you want to know, ZV? Alright, cool, man. Glad we figured it out. Sorry, it was just confusing me. I was like, power? No power? Not that one. Thanks for €5, ZV. Appreciate you for the fast showcase you give me. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the €5 super chat. Hopefully we got you figured out. What happens if you plug the laptop out? Plug the laptop out? What's this do? Oh, look, oxygen. I like the sound. Can I test it? Ah, sure can. Oxygen checked. Oxygen check. I never mess with any of the cockpit stuff. Keypad. Does a window EFB crash mid-flight like in the real thing? I don't know. I guess the cruise speed would not get changed with cost index. Don't pay attention to Turk. What is Turk on about now? Is cost index not working? I did see our out cruise went away. Let me put a new cruise altitude in here. We're going to do cruise at 38. So 38, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's the FO side. That's why. 38,000. 380. Enter. Cost index. Let's manage the speed first. Alright, there's our managed speed. Let's do cost index 999. Enter. It's computing. Mach 8.5 is what it wants. We're already above Mach 8.5. So what if we did cost index of 55? Still requesting Mach 8.5. Yeah, I'm not sure. Lowest I've seen is it go to 8.4. Let's try cost index. Let's try cost index 0. Expect holding is slow to CI 0. Yeah, down to 8.4 Mach. So went to 8.4 Mach for cost index 0. But it likes to be at 8.5. I like 8.5 too. So it is functioning, Turk. Get out of here with your fake news. We're actually getting close to our top of descent. Let's enjoy the jump seat view here for a minute. It's kind of vibing on the jump seat view. What if you spill virtual coffee on the console? It'd probably still fly, unlike a Boeing. I don't know. Maybe not. Is A350 heavy appended when talking to ATC? Is the 350 always a heavy? Is it always a heavy? I think so. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. The 7.5 is the only one that I can think of that will be dependent. I'm pretty sure the 350 is always a heavy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Chad, I make him coffee. I doth the weighty devil's advocate cap at my boomer knees and back held the line through all the slammers, and he still doesn't give a score out of 10. Oh my gosh. Vix, I forgot to answer your question, Vix. I appreciate you. I appreciate the 13 Canadian, man. Yes. Scale of 1 to 10. I'm going to say, let me think about this, because I want to justify my response. I don't just want to give you an arbitrary number. So the sounds on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give them a 8.5. The systems, I'd give a solid 9 right now. So on the handling, I'd give again, I've never flown a real 350, so I can only go on what I know from the book and other people talking about it who've flown the 350. I'd say that's up there. Man, I would say this airplane overall is a solid 9, 8.5, 9, man. I mean, I'm trying to think what I would change to make it a 10, and I really can't sit here and tell you, oh, this is what I would change to be a 10. I like the weathering effects. I like you can have like all the sliders. I like all the options that we have. I like the cabin. I like the no cabin option. What is the Duke? The Duke is like a 9.9. The Duke is a 9.9. The only reason the Duke isn't a 10 for me yet is because I've had some issues with the Hobbs meters saving the right time, and I think that's a 2024 issue. And nothing could be a 10. A 10 is impossible to reach. I think as I play more with the box, you know, when they were said there's going to be another version prior to release, they're going to fix the checklist option. I guess maybe there was a bug with the interactive checklist, so we're not messing with it. So I mean, to score that high on pre-release is pretty dang good. I think it's a pretty solid bird. I think we're going to see a lot of 350s on the network here pretty soon. We're going to see a lot of 350s. Yeah, Dukes also need A&R. That is correct, Lucas. Yeah. What is the Fenix? If it's not a Fenix, is a 9.9 as well. Phoenix is a 9.9. Phoenix is a 9.8 because they don't have effects. Make them a 9.7. Let's dock them 2 points. They don't have default effects, which this plane actually has, which is really cool. Gets rid of the need for parallel 42. I think that's really cool. We didn't see it on this particular flight. Oh, we saw it on takeoff on our second departure that we did. But man, I tell you what, I did one landing in the snow, and it was so epic. So epic. FS Labs, now Canadians just trolling. Do you want to do the engines move with turbulence? Yeah, you'll see the engine wobble. See it when I see it, a little bit of engine wobble there. See it? What's a better view for the engine wobble? Maybe this one? Depends. It's dependent on how much we're getting turbulence. Dougal, what's up? Back in with good old British fish and chips. Oh yeah. Sounds good, Dougal. I could go for some fish and chips right about now, man. I'm itching to get this bird on the ground because I am hungry. I was planning if we would have started on time, we'd be wrapping up right about now, and I'd be getting my lunch. We need an official Berry Seal rating score system. I like that idea, Migs. I do like that, man. The mountains are glorious. Yeah, they look good. And my T-lot is way down too, I think, on this one. Because I was messing with all my settings to try to figure out why I couldn't load in. So I was turning everything down, and I never turned it back up. I think I'm only running a T-lot of 225 or maybe 230. I can't remember. I normally run 275 and up. Tom L, that's the old route, man. We've reversed that. We're going back. We're going back to Kathmandu. We're almost there. 300-ish miles out. How long to TOD? TOD is probably in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, the engines definitely move cost us. I like that. I like when we took off. You saw that vortex go right over the strake. That was pretty sweet. Imagine taking. Is it raining in Singapore? That might be the deciding factor. What is the forecasted weather conditions for Singapore and Bangkok? Are any of them forecasting rain in the near future? Because if we could depart in a freaking monsoon, that would be sweet. Fernando, yeah, absolutely. And that the not loading, I mean, that's part of the beta testing, right? Like, it's pre-release for a reason. And I like how Captain Canada said a streamer's curse. I think we should have all streamers should have one emoji that's the same. We should come up with a unified streamer's curse emoji, and everybody has the same emoji. Because I mean, I had his stream on in the background a little bit too when I was trying to get mine up, and he kept having a WASM crash, and I think he linked it to Atlanta or something. And he's like, I never had a problem in the pre-release, and I didn't either. I've flown this airplane every night. After I've finished a stream here, I think I've done a legitimately four full flights, and then I've done a slew of like takeoffs, departures, arrivals, just getting a feel for it and everything. I didn't have a single issue. And then go figure, I can't load in this morning. So, streamer's curse, man. That's what happens. Titan, we're going to check it on the second stream tonight. I have the cabin off for this flight. I'm going to try to get my cabin to load in for the stream this evening. No rain at Singapore. Probably won't for a few hours. All right. Kind of getting late in the UAE, but willing to watch the Scardu landing. Oh, hey, Mohammed, if you haven't watched it already, dude, just wind it back now. I promise you're not going to miss anything on this arrival. It won't be near as juicy as that one. That was one of the juicier Scardu approaches because we were descending IMC into 25,000-foot peaks. Crazy. 9 out of 10 on the barometer, the barometer, if you will. I like it, Tanner. I like it. Singapore right now, a few becoming 26, so 5 a day. Okay, so really not much going on there either. Oh, that was Bangkok. Singapore, TAF, nothing going on. Maybe we have to depart somewhere if is there any rain around here? I really want to depart in a rainstorm. Now, where is... Where's the, like, a prog page? Surely there's a prog page. Where is the equivalent to a prog page? Maybe you don't have a prog page because you have everything else. Hanoi. Ooh, drizzle mist. That would actually be, that's an idea slow. That's a good idea. Kuala Lumpur. Hanoi might not be a bad idea. That's true, Mr. Saturday. Just depart with custom weather. I guess that's true. Hanoi Taff. Broken, becoming mist. Mist, rain and mist. Rain and mist? That sounds pretty spicy. Are you close to Lukla? I think so. I think so. Isn't Lukla over here by Kathmandu? Or just past Kathmandu from this direction? Finally, we got out of all that weather. Still bumpy, though. Still bumpy. Yvette Melendez. Welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board. When are we taking this into Paro? I don't know, but that's going to be a good challenge. We're going to have to try it, Tyson. Yes, I will show you the Skardu replay. Yeah, we're going to land in Kathmandu, and then we're going to stress test the sim by loading up a Skardu landing. Yeah, absolutely. I have it saved. So even if the sim crashes, I have the replay saved. We'll be good to go, man. I might even make a little video of the Skardu landing. We'll see. Just because that was pretty awesome flying in there. Oh, I never refiled. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Simon. I never refiled. Let me refile that. I totally forgot to hit file. Call sign in use. I'll file this Tide 358. If anybody hops on, I'll just reconnect this 358. We'll survive. We did take the 777. Oh, I'm sure it can do it. The thing is, Mr. Saturday, what's really, I mean, the 350 is more responsive than the 777. So hand flying it around, I'm sure we could make it into Paro, no problem. That's why I really like this route, especially for a new aircraft release, like testing route, because you get to test everything. You test the RNAV and the RNP, and then you on the approach, it's all hand flown. You hand fly everything. So it's a good mix of both on this particular route, and the scenery is freaking awesome, right? I mean, it's probably, I think the scenery is actually better than Paro, just because it seems more aggressive. Like the mountains are more aggressive. Now Paro is still really up there, don't get me wrong, but it just seems dramatic. Skardu seems more dramatic, coming in over the water and everything. There's that. But yeah, it does fly more nimble than the 777. Window seat, what's up, man? Good evening. Been overlooking the last few hours. Fantastic stream as always. Hello, friend, Duga McTavish. Window seat. Well, thanks for hanging out and chatting with us, man. Appreciate you. Hope you are excited for a 350 coming to a sim near you. How are the sounds? Thrust set, they're pretty good, man. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, Thrust set. I have only been on a 350 once, and I was sitting way in the back. And it was I have to look at more YouTube videos to see what they sound like. When I lower the gear, it has a very unique sound, lowering the landing gear. I don't know if that's by design or not, so I can't say if it, but pay attention for this approach. I'm going to lower the landing gear. You tell me, it almost sounds like there's, it might be the clacking of the latches opening up for the gear door underneath the nose wheel, similar to the 320. But that's the only thing I was like, oh, that sounds different. But as far as sounds, they're pretty good, man. Evan or Turk says it's incredibly loud IRL. It rattles the whole cockpit. Okay, well there you go. So maybe that's then that's probably legit. I flew on a SAS 350 and very, very quiet. That was my experience, Evan. It was very quiet for me. The gear is in a different position the previous generation. Yeah, it does, and it is way up. I mean, look at those gear doors are way up on front. Look at all the dirt and grime. I love it. Contrails look pretty good. I mean, this is midday, mid-sim. This is as mid as the sim will get right now. 12 noon, no clouds, high sun. Looks pretty good still for me, though. What time are you thinking for this evening flight, Josh? I'm going to shoot for 5, which is in 2.5 hours. But I will, as soon as this stream ends, I will schedule the new one. I don't have it pre-scheduled, so I can't just send you to it. But I will schedule it after this. And we're going to shoot for a night stream. Right now, looks like VTPS is winning the poll. Viren, it'll be available tomorrow, man. Tomorrow. Can you show us brake to vacate? Yeah, we can. We'll set up brake to vacate in this airport. Let me get my EFB out. Where's my EFB? What'd I do with it? Where'd you go? There it is. All right, VNKT. I love having this on my actual iPad, man. This is so cool. I've been missing out. You guys have been holding out on me. Now, is there a program that I could stream my iPad to my Windows computer? Surely there's got to be a way to do that, right? It's just kind of... Well, we don't need to be going... Let's go 8.7. Let's get there, chat. 8.7, please. Selected. Air server? See, that would be cool. Reflector for air server. Air server. I'm going to look into that because that would be pretty sweet. Brake to vacate. Ooh, I don't know if we're going to have enough to stop by Echo. That can be pretty tight. We'll see. Let me see if I can select Echo. All right, so let's come down here. Put you back up there. Now for brake to vacate, I gotta... airport nav not avail. This airport's not avail, I guess? Maybe we don't have it on this one, but it does work. Kind of surprised it's not in this one. So in that case, we'll go manual brake. We'll manual. Is Navigraph linked? Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not going to mess with any Navigraph or anything on this stream. I don't think this airport's in the database, though. Eight, 7 Mach now. We're cooking. The cool thing about the Tu-134, you board the plane from the ramp in the rear. Similar, like, yeah, the old Mad Dogs. Well, I guess you wouldn't really board from the rear, would you? You can go out the rear, though. Where are we landing? What exit? I'll get you the landing distance. We're landing on VNKT, and I don't... Let me see, what was the runway? It was runway 20, and I don't think we could make it, man. I don't think we can make Echo. That's the only one we'd be able to make. That looks pretty short. It looks pretty short to make Echo on a 10,000 foot strip. Brandito, I heard that Fiji is still in the paint shop, so it's not given us maybe for release. Who knows? But I think it's smoothed out enough now. Let's get the seatbelt sign off. Now free to move about the cabin and chill. It is bright. I wish it had sunshades on the passenger windows. Well, I'm got a phone call. One sec. All right, we're back. Sun stage like the 787, yeah, like the dimming of the window tint. A350 has a lot of composite materials, which I think is a double-edged sword. I think it makes it more difficult to detect flaws during inspections, given how very sensitive. Well, Art, I am inclined to agree with you, except you guys remember who was the A350 that burned up? It was the first whole loss of an A350. What airline was that? In Korea, right? Was it Korea? That airplane... Japan Airlines, Japan Air. I mean, that 350, it collided with another airplane on the runway, and it stayed together pretty well. I mean, it burnt to, yeah, Haneda, that's what it was, Tokyo Haneda. It burnt to nothing after it burned down, but after colliding and sliding off the runway, it actually stayed in play. It stayed all together, which is pretty impressive. So, you know, I kind of thought, well, it might be, who knows what would happen on impact, right? You never know how structurally sound something's going to be until it actually does crash. I mean, do all the tests and theories you want, but that kind of was a proof in of its own concept, especially that they were able to evacuate that entire airplane. Yeah, Josh, it was very coordinated. Yep. Didn't they have less than half the exits available too? But that crew was, they were on it, man. I mean, that's the thing, you know, it was, oh, I want my my cookies and my Biscoff and my tea. But the flight attendants aren't there for Biscoffs and tea, man. They are there for when that happens. And they did a heck of a job. I mean, you look at the Endeavour crew there in Toronto. I mean, upside down, they got everybody out okay too. A whole loss, yeah. Yeah, first and only whole loss of a 350, correct. Well, was it? I guess it was a whole loss, right, Aaron? Because technically it's gone now. Airbus has created some amazing planes with pilot-focused design. Yeah, they have, Flight Jags. That's what we were talking about earlier. Airbus has done a really good job with keeping the flight crew in mind when they branch off their newer airplanes, right? It's nothing so overwhelmingly new that it's going to be foreign. You know, I mean, I just fly the 320, and this airplane, I mean, obviously, you know, you throw a single engine V1 cut at me, it's going to be a little bit spicy, but I still think I'd be able to figure it out enough to get it back on the ground, and that's with no training. So imagine, you know, going through your transition course. I mean, you're going to see a lot of the same theories and a lot of the same automation that just looks a little bit different at face value, but there's a lot of similarities, and they've taken a lot of the good things and kept with them, you know, and then they cleaned up things where it doesn't exist. Like we were talking about the hydraulics earlier, which was pretty cool. I mean, you're running 5,000 psi instead of 3,000 to minimize, you know, all the extra hardware that you would need. So, do you ever fly an airliner in between buildings in downtown? No, I don't do that, Art. Maybe when I was a kid, I did. Yeah, burned to the ground. Yeah, that's right, VA Beach Pilot. It was gone, dude. It was completely gone. Which, that's the downside of the composite, right? I mean, that thing, when it burns, it's going to burn all the way out. I'm working on my multi-rating right now, and I'm starting to really appreciate good design in the cockpit. Yep, Fly Jags, yes. Absolutely. What are you doing your multi on, man? What type of airplane? Airbus is trying to make a single pilot. Well, Josh, and that's where I disagree with Airbus, and you're right, they are. Airbus, it would not surprise me if Airbus is the first to push a single pilot airplane, like fully certified one. When that happens, I don't know, but I would be surprised if it was anybody else. Now, Boeing, they may be working on something secretly behind closed doors, but I don't know. My buddy laughs at me every time I say, he's like, dude, anybody who's flown the 737 knows there's no way you're going to be flying single pilot. So unless they go over some radical changes, I don't know if we'll see a Boeing single pilot airplane anytime soon. But I know they're all working on it, like Tanner says. Like, I'm sure behind closed doors they're working on the tech, right? Because the first one to get it out and get it certified, they're going to be in the position to make some money because it will sell. They want to get rid of pilots. They want to stop paying pilots. They want to make more money, be more efficient. They'll say it's safer, and that'll be the new normal. So it's coming, whether you like it or not. I don't like it, but it is coming. When will we see it? No one really knows, man. But I think we're going to see it sooner than a lot of people think. Oh, Flight Jags. You're in the old PA-44. That's what I did mine on, dude. Excellent, dude. Just be careful single engine in that PA-44, man, because that second engine just gets you the crash site faster. You really don't have any single engine climb performance in a Seminole, but it's good for training purposes. I think there will always be two pilots, but they can automate them so much it would work with one pilot. I don't know, Ty. I'm sure it'll start that way. AIFO probably. That's the only way I could see something like that working. I'm sure it'll start that way. It's Kyle. Well, here's the thing. We've talked about this before. It's going to start with removing the relief crew. So that's where it's going to start, because it's not going to be during any takeoff and landing. It's not going to be during, you know, critical events of flight where you're below 10,000 feet. They're going to start single pilot operations, and it's going to be disguised as removing relief crews on long hauls. That's where it's going to start. And then what's going to happen is, in my opinion, from there, you're going to have a dispatcher. The ground dispatcher, or some title, is going to be able to have control of the cockpit. So you'll have maybe one pilot on rest, one pilot at the controls, and then like a manual override from somebody on the ground to take control of the airplane if they need to be, or they can manipulate systems from the ground if need be. Now, that opens up a whole nother can of worms with security and safety. I get it. But I just think that's going to be the most logical way they're going to phase this in here. What happens when the captain has a heart attack mid-flight? Well, the Andrew P. That's why you're going to have someone that they'll be able to set up a fully auto land. I mean, these planes auto land already, dude. The 320, the 737 auto lands, dude. As dinosaur as the 737 is, it auto lands. So, A-Rot, that's still 2 pilots on the payroll, but it's not 6, right? It's not 2 up front with 4 relief, or it's not 4, it's not a relief, it's not a 6 crew, right? Or it's not 4 and 2, it's just straight up 2. So 2 is cheaper than 6 or 5 or 3. Yeah, I'm just talking long haul initially. And then from there, it's anybody's guess at what's going to happen. Whether there's going to be like just one pilot, and that, you know, maybe eventually it's all going to be one pilot and a ground flight coordinator or ground flight captain that can take control of the aircraft if need be from the ground, and then just one pilot in the flight deck. Maybe that'll be the final rollout of single pilot ops. And I wouldn't be surprised, I would not be surprised if I see no pilot airplanes. I think we'll see it. I don't know if we'll see it in passenger operation in my lifetime, but I think we'll see it in cargo at some point. I mean, heck, they already got caravans flying around with no pilots right now. Think about that. They already got caravans flying around with no pilots. So, the thing people overlook about single pilot is the mental tax on a single pilot by themselves on a flight deck for the whole flight. Well, that is true, Josh. But then Josh, and I agree with you, and I think that is going to be a key to get rid of the single pilot. They'll say, instead of having a tired single pilot up there who's going to make mistakes, we're just going to go unmanned, and we're going to have people on the ground who can control it at any given time. I think that would be a way to segue the single pilot out of the flight deck, because you'll have everybody saying, oh, this is going to be, it's too stressful, there's too much for one pilot, he's making mistakes. Okay, let's get rid of the only thing that's making a mistake. Our AI hasn't made a mistake. Our ground pilot coordinator hasn't made a mistake. Let's kick the only thing out that's making a mistake, and voila, we have no pilots in the flight deck. Now, that to me, especially passenger ops, I still think that's a ways out. I would be a little bit surprised if I saw that, but I 100% firmly believe I will see single pilot aviation in commercial aviation. I think my kids, my oldest, she's going to turn 6 in a few months. I think she will be flying on pilotless airplanes. That's how I see it. All right, if the Earth is still here, who knows, man? That's also just as likely to happen. Let's see if we have weatherways. Weather at Tribhuvan. Let's go ahead and load you in here. 090 at 3K knots. We'll enter that. See how it automatically switches over? That's so cool. 1025 on the Kathmandu style. I can't do that. What's 1025? 29 or something? Why is it not letting me input the other value? Oh my gosh, that's OAT. Jeez. Fatigue. See, look, fatigue is setting in. Send in the ground supervisor pilot, please. I'm fatigued. It's single pilot operations. Kick me out. Kick me out. All right, approach for the RNAV 20, or excuse me, yeah, RNAV 20 Zulu. That's the one we're doing. Or no, we're doing the RNP 20 AR approach, another tight one. We're going to do this as a Cat D 4715. 4715 is entered. And that looks good to me. We're doing config full. Wonderful. All right. When did XP get here? Wait, XP's here? Where's XP? What do you mean? Al W, what's going on, my man? Appreciate the 40 months of support. Better late than never. Hey, short sleeve weather. Al, I don't want to go outside, man, because I'm going to be depressed at how sunny and beautiful it is, and I should be outside fishing, prepping for our chickens this spring. But I actually alt F4'd yesterday. I came into the office for a little bit, and I said, screw it, I'm going to be in the office all day tomorrow. I'm going fishing. Al, I was catching fish in 3 feet of water. The water temp is 47 degrees, man. 47 degree water, and I was catching 2 and 3 pounders in 3 feet. Couldn't believe it. All right, that's set up. We don't need the help. Do we need the LS? No, we don't think we need the LS for this. I haven't done an RNP. All right, RNPAR is set. I'm not going to activate it yet, but everything looks good. 4715. We got our speeds config full. VAP of 143. That looks beautiful. So we're done with that. We'll throw you back up here, and I'll actually throw you back on the flight plan page. Our bottom altitude. I'll tell you what, let's just go direct to... Let's go ahead and get this party started. Let's go direct to Drake right now, I think is what I need. Or Dark, excuse me. Let's go direct to Dark. Let's get this RMP started. Alright, we're going direct to... The minimum that we're going to set just prior to the approach, I'm going to set 10,000 minimum height. We'll set 14 as the max for the hold. So let's just set 11 because we don't plan on holding. So we will set 11,000. 11 is set. And we should be getting a vertical descent here soon, right? Maybe. I was referencing the music. Oh. See my above. Uh-oh. Mark, what's up, man? How you liking it? By the way, thanks for being my delivery pilot. Hey, what's up, Mark? Zippy says, I feel like that become a morale or moral issue. The person responsible for the aircraft safety isn't even on the aircraft, sends the wrong message. Zippy, they don't care about morals, my man. Let me tell you right now. Big government, big tech, big Airbus, nobody cares about morals, my man. All they care about is bottom dollar. We're 9,000 feet high. Rip, down we go. I knew we were past our TOD. I like that song too. We'll pause the music, we'll juice up the sounds. ANR's coming off. It's time to go to work, y'all. We almost hit 1,000 likes. Wow, that is crazy. That would be something. If we hit 1,000 likes on this stream, we will do a second stream tonight. See if we can't hit 1,000 before we end. I don't know. That's 30 more. That's 70 more likes to go. I don't know if we'll be able to hit that. All right. I know that song was fire, Zippy. I like that song. All right, down we go. We got to try to catch up to this somehow. Is that another tornado trying to intercept us? F-16 maybe? No, it's a Mirage. No, what is that thing called? What's that airplane called? I used to know all my... Dude, I used to know every fighter out there. What is that thing called with the canards in the front? Jeez. Come on, Wingnut. Eurofighter. Typhoon, thank you. Jeez. The same government shot a Hellfire into a van full of kids. Somehow cares about morals? 100% right, Wingnut. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, they don't care, dude. Nobody cares about morals, Zippy. Alright. 34-4. We're descending pretty crazy. Banshee-ish. Let's go ahead and get some speed brakes out. Help her out. We'll do a midday approach. There is no CTAF here, so we're good there. Then there's the Raphael from France. Yep. Realistic turbulence setting, Lucifer. I'll ask me if I'm on the ground when I'm on the ground. I'm either realistic or medium. I'm either realistic or medium. I joined back on the stream. Fighter jets intercepting. What did I do? V1A, Zach Contrabasso. What's going on, man? Wouldn't be the first time I got intercepted on this stream. I can tell when it's not wingnut, though, because all these amateur fighter pilots, they come in, their closure rate's way too hot, and they almost take the tail off. Wingnut's the only one that's like, it was classic. Wingnut intercepted us in the PC-12. I had like this view, and then out of nowhere, he just popped up, came up from underneath, couldn't see him, popped up right next to us, intercepted. Not the first time Wingnut's intercepted somebody out there either. Dougal says, I saw all I need to know about government morals out in Afghan. We were cannon fodder, man. Dude, I don't know if it's just the older I get, but the worse it seems, Dougal. Feels like the more I learn about things, the worse it actually is. Wingnut's on alert 5, which takes 5 minutes. I figured that out, Mark. Is the plane slippery like the 7.3? You know what, Brandito? It's not terribly slick. I'll let you know here in a little bit. Yeah, see? This closure rate's way off. Man, we are only 24 likes away from breaking 1,000 likes on one stream. That'd be epic. What a beauty of a flight. iniBuilds has done it again. Thank you for the stream. Manny, thank you, man. Yeah, shout out to iniBuilds, man. Remember we talked about this a few days ago? I said iniBuilds has an opportunity to set a new standard for themselves and for wide-body aircraft in 2024, and the standard has been set, y'all. I do think this is a better... I think this is a better release. Well, it hasn't even released yet. Than the 300. I'm trying to think, because when the 300 first dropped, I don't know, the 300 dropping in X-Plane was game-changing, bar-setting for X-Plane. And then we got it by default in 2020. I mean, but this is, I feel like there's just so much more with this airplane. We're on 1,000 likes. That is insane. 1,000 likes. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Ali Sammy, thanks for the 2 Canadian. He said, hit that like button. I think that got us to 1,000 likes. You guys are wild. Thank you so much. That is up there for record likes. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the support, y'all. Luke, I kind of, the 300 in 2020 was kind of like, we were so enamored by the sim, or at least I was, and like I already knew what the A300 to expect from it, so kind of agree with you, but this is a whole nother level. I mean, this is a different airplane completely, different level of sophistication. I think it's much improved. I mean, you can definitely tell iniBuilds has continued to improve as they make new products. I mean, their modeling has always been spot on, but I mean, I would say even the optimization. I'd say like the 300 was pretty rough initially for me, pretty heavy on frames. I mean, this airplane right now, I mean, we're crushing it. Optimization's been great. So this is awesome. And it hasn't even officially released yet, so we still got that going for you. Josh, you still here? You gonna spill some L1011 juice? L1011 when? Alright, as we get ready to go through 18, not transition yet, but we're catching up to the vertical profile. Wonderful. Here comes our vertical profile. We caught up to it. Slowing back to 250. Tell you what, let's do this. Let's go 250 on the selected speed early. Scott Fletcher dropping 10 subs to the channel. Scott, my man, appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for the support, Scott, dropping the 10 gifted memberships to the channel. Man, this has been a heck of a stream. There will be a round 2 this evening, courtesy of you all hitting that like button. So it's going to be a juicy one. What is the vote at? Oh, man, we'll end the poll. 51% Bangkok to Kai Tech. 50 to 49% in a Cathay. We don't have a Cathay 1000 though, so... Oh, we do have a Cathay 1000. We don't have a Singapore 1000. That's right. Cathay 1000 tonight, allegedly, maybe. Unless I change it. Unless I change it and go to Singapore. We'll see. Could you please get payware scenery? Turk is killing me for payware scenery. Oh yeah, Dougal. It'll be late, my man. It's alright. I'm just gonna keep it rolling though. Been waiting for a 350 for quite some time. We gotta get all our aspects covered on day one. We're gonna do a little night stream, and then tomorrow we'll do a little stream with something fun as well. More Duke streams. Those are reserved for the weekends. You got a test later, Steven? Perfect. Nothing says you can't tune in when you take a test. No Delta Atlanta to Orlando. Steven, the thing with Atlanta is the default Atlanta. Well, I should try it in Sim Up Day 1 now. The default Atlanta has been so terrible for me as far as performance is concerned. I don't even want to go there, dude. I don't want to go there. Now, I don't know if Turk says if there's a payware Atlanta and that works pretty good, then maybe I'll try it out. But Atlanta's so mid, dude. It's so mid. There's no terrain. It's flat and green. But Vegas to LA? Now we're talking, Steven. Vegas to LA. Migs, thanks for a 7 Canadian. V1 now a mainstream gateway channel to Barry Seal Ops. If you find yourself eventually starting a Duke EFB, you're in deep. Staring at a Duke EFB, you're in deep. Migs, my man, thank you, dude. Appreciate the support. True story, man. We're going to activate and confirm the approach phase, yeah? And I want to see what happens. So we're activated and confirmed. Now managed. Will she slow? Yeah, she's going to start slowing as we descend down. Let's activate the approach. Let's try an RNAV approach here. Ooh, I gotta get flight recorder ready. Fred, a $5 super chat as well. Super chat. My great grandfather came to me in a dream. He was just gifted a V1 membership. Fred, my man, thanks for the support, dude. Too kind, Fred. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Detroit to MSP. I think XP is going to be doing an Atlanta flight. Detroit to MSP might work. No break to vacate on this airfield. It's not in the break to vacate database for this field. Miss Jungles, I was just thinking about you and Mr. Jungles. Well, good to see you. 39 months, A350 hype. Hope all is well with you and the family. One Miss Jungles say everything is good, man. Appreciate you. Tell Mr. Jungles I said hi and that he needs to get Delta Force Black Hawk Down campaign co-op, and we'll play this weekend. And it's free, so there's no excuse. But thank you, Miss Jungles. All right, let's go ahead and get the juice out. Flaps 1. Here we go. What's my favorite Airbus? This one's getting close. We don't have any sounds. Did we find a bug on a turnaround state? Perhaps on a turnaround state, sounds don't translate, maybe? It's good we find these out now instead of later. What's your favorite Airbus and why is it Concorde? Jungly, downloading it now. All right, do it, man. Do it. We'll have a lot of fun, bro. All right. App descent bleu. Nav. Flap 2. Oh, there's flap 2. Okay, maybe. I don't know. It's working now. Let's go ahead and get that seatbelt sign on. No smoking, auto, and auto is set. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 heading out 11,000 on the RMP 20. Kathmandu traffic, please advise. All right. You see how it wants to keep slowing down when you keep it in managed? That's why we never do that. Next speed is 165. Set 165. It is a max recommendation, but with flaps 2, we're looking good as we get ready to go through 10. Lights are coming on. That keeps tripping me out. I think it's a 3-position switch like the narrow body, but it's not. It does look like the dynamic camber for the spoiler and flaps are working. When the flaps are down, spoilers will retract to airflow. So, there you go. It's working. Thanks, Thomas. Slats only, no flaps 1, so no sounds. That would make sense. That would make sense, Arrow. User air. User air. Alright, here we go. Get ready to glaze the arrival, chat. This is Kathmandu, correct. We are inbound to Kathmandu. We've made the turn. Probably should have run some landing performance data, but we'll see here. I feel like the FSX clouds are gone in Sim Update 1. Mark, are you in Sim Update 1? If you're not, you got to get in Sim Update 1, dude. Look at this. I'm not going to say it. You're in the Sim Update 1? Dude, it's so much better. Sim Update 1. So look at the trees down there, dude. Can't. Alright. Alright. Fly the approach. Cabin ready. We are good to go. Turk, I don't know why you didn't tell me to join Sim Update 1 earlier, man. You're over here hogging Sim Update 1 all to yourself. Alright, sounds are turned up to 11 for the arrival. Enjoy. I will hit the recording. I'll hit the recording just before that final turn there. It is choppy. Oh, let's bring up our cam as well. Should we? Surely you can't land. Can you do AP2 on this? No, you can't. Alright, cool. It's just a radar and PAR. Don't need that. Just playing with things. Don't worry. Dougal, someone else mentioned that. I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna have to look at that video about the near miss there in O'Hare or in Midway. Or was it O'Hare? Alright, manage speed, gear down. Wow, see how loud that is? Flaps 3. Spoilers arm. Flap shake. Flaps full, landing checklist. Flap shake. Gotta love it. Oh, so sick. I want to see how it handles this approach. Should probably have terrain mode on, you know, descending into mountains. Look how tight. I mean, this is why you have to be AR certified. Look how tight we're running this turn here. Right, we're coming back to ground speed mini might be freaking out a little bit there.
2,500.
Oh yeah, window shades up for landing. Dude, this is gonna be a sweet replay too. I'm gonna set 135. Kathmandu traffic, Thai 357 heavy turning final runway 20, Kathmandu. Oh, forgot to turn recording on. Thank you, recording. Thank you, Migs. We are recording now. Can't hear me on VATSIM? Yeah, I guess if you probably stop taking my push to talk. I'm not going to restart it now. I feel like we're a bit low. Magic Barrel ref updated, 1025. It's getting kind of sus. Trust the machine. I'm trusting it. I don't know if we're in grave danger yet. Or we're not in mortal danger. We might be in grave danger, Mr. Saturday.
1,000.
1,000 feet stable, clear to land. Self-cleared. I mean, how low can you let it go on R&P on a 350? Plus 100? 4715s are min. That's very comforting when you see this go all red. That's my favorite. Gives me warm and fuzzies. 4715's a min. We're approaching about 400 feet. 300 feet to level off now. Or till minimums. Oh
500.
my. I can see the runway. Continue.
400.
Chat. This is tighter than Skardu as far as visually concerned. Chat.
300.
Runway's in
100
sight.
above.
Landing. I have control. Flight director's off.
Minimum.
Give me the bird. Oh, too much bank angle. Too much bank angle. See how...
200.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Get her in. I'll lock her in.
100.
Got a little distracted there.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Whew. We got her. Reverse green, the decelling, baby. I'm hard on the brakes and see if we can't make this one 70. I'm locking them up. Oof. We made it. Are my brakes smoking? Surely that's not brake smoke. Are my brakes smoking? I think my brakes are smoking. I was literally standing on the brakes. I was on full brakes. My brakes are literally smoking? Okay, that's cool. Come on now. That is freaking cool. I had max brakes. I was standing on them. Full deflection. You can even see my skid marks back here. Alright, this airplane is pretty dang sweet, y'all. As I taxi on the grass because I'm doing flap retraction from wing view, but this is pretty neat, y'all. Can we check brake temps from up front here as we taxi into the trees? Oh my god, okay, immersion ruined. Go back to this view. Alright, hold on. Where's the... Oh.
Destination. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been turned
Nothing to
off.
see here.
We remind you to check around your seat for any personal belongings before you leave.
I'd
the
take an
aircraft.
AI pilot over
On
this for
behalf of
sure.
the crew, thank you for flying with us today. Look forward
Josh
to
has a
seeing you
point,
again
though.
soon.
Josh has a point. I would take one too, my man. All right. Geographically inverted. Thank you so much for the 15 Australian. Geographically inverted man. Good day, party people. I might have drunk too much last night and feel like I'm recovering from an autopsy. Good looking jet though, but the approach looked tighter than the frog's water test. What's up, geographically inverted? Yeah, that cut sporty there, and that's why you always command changes to the FCU when you're hand flying, especially low level like that. I'm up here. As soon as I looked up here, I took my eyes off the approach. I looked up here, and I did a little one of these things, and then we started to get unstabilized there. But she handles good. You get her back down to where you want her. I think we greased that one on too. I think we greased it on. Spam calls, get on my phone. That's good. Brake temps. I want to check brake temps, and we need to stop recording. So let's pull up wheel page. Oh yeah, we're starting to cook up, right? 225. When do they turn amber on a 350? Oh look, here's that 380. Oh, same thing. That maybe there's a little swirly cue down there. There's something going on down there that felt swirly. Have to watch the replay, see what happened. But right at short final, man, we got some swirly cues around the final. Got her down. Now this ought to be interesting. Oh, that's a pod strike, brother. Dude, he pod strike that. That looked like a pod strike. Is he gonna make Echo? I think so. That looked like one of Wingnuts landing. Thanks for the Pyrep. Still a few minutes out. Yeah, Key 6, be careful on that 2-0 approach, man. Something is... curly cues are going over there. Can somebody log in as a CRJ for V1 to run into? Savage, dude. Savage. I'm texting and driving on final approach. I know, Steven. That's why you don't text and fly, my man. Listen, especially for all you young whippersnappers that are out there in training right now, I know it's tempting. You're going to get on your first solo, or maybe not your first one because you're going to be scared, but on like your, you know, private pilot time building, it's going to be tempting to be on that cellular device when you're taxiing around. Trust me, it ain't worth it, okay? Speaking from experience, it's not worth it. Right where we started. Alright, but my TikTok. Alright, we're going to watch some replays here. I would love to hang around and watch more people land. But let's see, we're in almost 5 hours so far of this stream. And we're going to stream in a little bit. Oh. How far out is it?
20 miles out.
20 miles out? Let's take some pictures. I want to leave it running for replay. Look at my brakes. Hold on. Let's go see our brakes. Our brakes are literally smoking. Yeah, this is not a safe spot, Slow. It's okay. It's Barry. He's fully qualified brake stander next to her. Dude, carbon brake dust. It's really good for your health. Oh, it's hot up there. Careful of my hairline. Dude, that is pretty cool. No brake fan? Oh, do we have brake fans? Does it make a difference? Yeah, the brake fans are on now. Whew. Oh, yeah, look. Yeah, brake fans are spinning. That's pretty cool. Virtual asbestos. Man. All right, what's our brake temp now? It's going down 200 C. It's also 10 degrees outside, so that helps. All right. Let's watch the replay. Let's see how we did here. We got a lot of replays to watch. What did he say? Is he on downwind? What's he in? Rooftop airport plane spotting. Oh, he's in a Fenix? Oh, super mid. Yeah, those vanes were still wagging a little bit there. This is a great plane spotting. We should stay here and take a picture of our own landing. I'm spotting for him. It's a joke, Karish. Kind of. Should I try to open the Iveo Premium map? No, I don't want. I can't risk it. I can't risk it. All right, Key 6, you got 1 minute. Should I stay with 2020 or 2024 worth it? Dude, I love 2024, man. I know everyone's got their own sim, their own opinion on what they want to fly, but for me, on my rig, I've enjoyed 2024 far more than 2020. So, I mean, it's a tight circle in there to 2-0. That is tight. Where he be? Where he be? He's hella far out. Yeah, I think he's lying to us. Alright. I tried. Let's watch the replay. Now this ought to be interesting. I don't know what's... I've never done this before, so...
Today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seat in front of you. For your
Park
safety,
brake is
larger
off.
items should be placed in the overhead bin, and smaller items must be securely stowed. If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help. We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly, so we can only ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
Okay. This doesn't sound very Thai to me. Sounds like angry widget driver. Alright. Let's watch this approach. I love how... Is that part of the dirt accumulation? When we ran the slider up, we got the dirt off the windows. We're going to watch this one first, and then we're going to watch the Scardu. We'll finish the stream with Scardu. I didn't change the language fanatical, but I know there is an option. You can change it. I remember seeing it in the when I was messing with it. But yeah, we're approaching 5.5 hours live with no break, and I've been here longer than that. I've been here probably 3 hours prior to that, so I'm approaching 8.5 hours of sitting and not eating. So we're going to take a break. I will schedule the night stream, a little nightcap. Oh, look, we have effects. We even have effects in replay. Okay. This is good. This is good. Competition breeds more juice for us simmers. Phoenix, where are you at with your effects? Where's the Phoenix at with the effects, man? I mean, we can't... I mean, the Phoenix doesn't have particle effects by default. Just saying. And Amir hasn't texted me back, so, you know. Just saying. Mazen, greetings from Egypt. Well, greetings from all the way across the world, my friend. Wash my mouth out. All right, so watch this. This is where we get... I'm texting while driving right here. Look at this, and I'm all over the place. Recover. Spoilers. Dude, the spoilers work. The spoiler-ons work in replay. That is... I'm not touching anything on the side stick. Got her stable. Stabilized. Hold it out. That's pretty sick, chat. Look at the flap vibration. All right, let me go back. Let's see the touchdown. Let's see the touchdown. I'll let the spoilers fall back down. Do the engines go back to normal? They do. I haven't touched anything on my hardware, so how I do replay is I've got my engines in reverse, but I'm not moving them, so the reverser's already stowed. That's good. Thank you, Mason. Let's see how we recovered the landing. Did we butter it or did we slam it? Oh, chat. We're going to launch G's for this one. I only launch G's when it's really good or really bad. And I think that was pretty good. Let's watch from this wing view here real quick. All right, G's is on. See, I love how the roll spoilers are working in replay, which is sweet. Especially when you're battling big-time winds. All right. What does G say? 118. 118. I'll take it. Bang on center line. One of the wheels was bang on center line. Let's wind it back. Let's do, oh, this is going to move with me though, won't it? There's no way to disconnect this camera. Alright, never mind. I mean, that was pretty good considering the destabilization we had there. We got a pretty good destabilization. Pilot-induced oscillation. 105 on that, Jeeves. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm going to pause the replay. I'm going to bring this all the way forward to where I stop the replay. Alright, now I'm going to stop replay here. I'm going to set the brake. I'm going to set power to idle. Flaps are, we'll call it position 2. This is going to be a big time test of the simulator here because we're going to load a replay at the other part of the world. Sometimes it crashes, sometimes it doesn't. I'm actually going to save this replay. Where's Mr. Saturday at? I need to put him on payroll for doing replay landing juice videos. Send them all my replay files. Let's see. So this was Kathmandu 350 landing. I'm going to save that one. Thank you, Biggs, for another 3 Canadian. Maximum butter and glaze. That's what I like to hear, man. Glazy. That was a. You know what? Maybe we should stop. We should start calling it glaze landings. How much glaze did we leave on the runway? All right, everybody, hold on. A350 Skardu. That was my test landing. What was? What did I name it? I named it Skardu landing. Here we go. Today. All right. Hang on to your butts. Here we go. Replay. Wow. Okay. Hard brake off. Ooh, clouds are coming back in. Let's just let the airplane, let's just let it load up. I think Skardu went hard IMC right now. Is Skardu hard IMC? Might have to change the weather. Let's change the weather, because this is hard IMC. Or should we leave it? Nah, let's change the weather. This is what it looks like. We'll do, we'll make it be similar like that. There we go. And we had snow down there. Let's do some snow. There we go. Temperature, cold. Alright. What if I put the auto throttle on? Will the auto throttle work? Auto throttle speed's coming up. And let's wind the sim time back to like a juicy. Yes, yes. Look at this. Glazed landing sticker when? Captain Medi, I like it. I think we'll have to get rid of the butter. You know what? I think we're going to get rid of the butter emoji and we're just going to put a glaze emoji on there. Should we change it to glaze? Glaze cam. I like it. Mark, I'm probably going to get smacked by something. YouTube. Definitely sus. Now, my only concern is all the spoilers are still out. That does not appear to be legit, unless we were riding the speed brake down the whole way, which I can't imagine we were. Let's run it forward. What happens if we let it hit the ground? So let's
2,500.
right about here. Resume, replay. Turn it down, pull flaps. Maybe it just needed to be woken up a little bit. Oh, look at this. There's the Skardu circle right there. Virtual Flight Diaries. After dark emojis indeed, man. That's 100% after dark emoji. So my river is not going to be as frozen because we're doing custom weather. Alright, that is pretty epic. Come on, y'all. Why is V118 plus all of a sudden? This is a freeware. This is Flight Recorder, man. This is Flight Recorder off the Flight Sim TO. Flight Recorder. Been using it for years, man. Best flight recorder to ever hit the sim. Better than X-Plane, because if the sim crashes, you still have your replay. Oscar, what's up, man? Oh, dude, could you imagine an all-yellow 350? Might not look that bad. You know what would look cool, though, Oscar? Is a grayscale Spirit 350. You know, with the carbon fiber gray. Alright, let's see if we glaze this one. Did we glaze Skardu? I don't even remember. It was like 5 years ago. Yeah, the pixel livery. Wouldn't the pixel livery look good on a 350? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Look at the snow effects. Ooh, chat. I might have to launch G's for this one. Let me launch G's for this one. I closed it. How sick is that? Come on now. Come on now. You can see that it's blowing back in the proper form too. That is the juice. Let's go back. Let me see what G says. I'm gonna tell my wife I'm watching Glaze After Dark. Oh my gosh, dudes. 126. They said this one was firmer. 126. Let's get 2 on it. Make sure it's correct. I mean, this view is the sweet view. Look at that. No one can tell my 350 doesn't look sexy from up front, dude. That looks so good. So much better than a 7.8. Roll it on. 103. Oh, that was 103. Okay, come on. 2 sub 110 landings. I call that a success. Gear's coming up, flaps coming to 2. You're going to full replay. I'm going to put you over here. We're going to launch sail, and I'm signing off for right now. Was sail on that whole time? I didn't even hear it. All right. I'm going to let you enjoy this replay while I head off into the darkness and prepare for an A350 1000 stream. Wingnet says it's a sus flight model. That's just because I greased it. I'll tell you what, man. This airplane's pretty epic. And I can't wait to see what the 1000 has in store for us this evening. So, you guys absolutely smashed it. Over 1,000 likes. Over, how many is that? Over 214 gifted subs. Super chats, bank angle checks. AJ, new category on the Glaze cam. Jesus. On that note, I'm heading out of here. But if you have just tuned in and you just saw the Skardu for the first time, you got to try this airport out. OPSD is the ICAO, and it is an awesome approach. So enjoy the replay. I will see y'all tonight. iniBuilds, congratulations. I think this is going to be one heck of a release for y'all, and it's well deserved, all the purchases that you get, because this bird is the juice. All right, I'm out of here. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya. Thank you, Fred.
2,500. One thousand. 500. 1,000. 500. 1,000. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40.
Ladies and gentlemen,